forcing your thing on us. That's all this is. It's
Yeah.
compliance talk.
No, that's absolutely right. And then like and maybe this is like in addition to all of that stuff, but I just go like I just feel like why would Jewish people want to do this? It's so short-sighted. It's so like you're sitting here and you're look, by the way, like I'm not denying that there has been a rise in anti-Semitic tweets on Twitter, and I don't know exactly. I mean, you know, when you talk about like obviously a lot of the protests, as we've been talking about now for a year and a half, a lot of the protests against Israel, they're a different type of people than me and you, Rob. You know what I mean? These are not exactly like, you know, libertarian gold bugs who are out protesting the war in Gaza. And they are, I've certainly seen some slogans and chants and behavior, frankly, that I really don't like. I also, you know, it's like, it's the same thing like as the woke left, though, when they just start characterizing it as if like Jewish students in college campuses in 2025 in a first world country at elite universities, you're looking for victims. It's like, okay, fine, but like you're gonna have to really explain this to me, like really explain it to me so that it makes sense. Like you got to really have an argument for how exactly these people are oppressed. Like, look, I'll say, and this was never, you know, as far as like the trans issue was concerned, I was always, my biggest thing was always pushing it on children. I thought was fucking insane and like just horrible. I thought there was on top of that kind of like a more interesting discussion about kind of the woke demands that other people recognize your, quite frankly, delusion. That I thought was crazy. I never cared about the female sports stuff. You know, like I'd agree. I'd be like, yeah, that's crazy. But like, I don't know who like the fuck cares about women's sports. You know what I mean? That was always my attitude. Sorry, I don't mean to be a dick, but honestly. And then that Riley Gaines chick, when she told her story about how she's like, look, man, like we're on this like swimming team and there's like a dude with full dick and balls in our locker room and we're all changing. We're forced to change in front of this guy. She's like, that's really weird. And I'm like, I'm Christian and married and I don't want to do this. And you're like, all right, yeah, okay, she's got a good point. Yeah, that's a fair point. You know what I'm saying? And like, if you now, but again, with the Riley Gaines story, right? The real issue wasn't just that a woman was being forced to change while a man watched her. The real issue was that that was backed up by the law. That was backed up by the rules. If she went and complained about that, she got reprimanded, not the guy. And in fact, you know, whatever. So that's really the issue there. And likewise, if you talk about like back in the day with like, I don't know, like any type of like bigotry or like, you know, old school racism back in the day, the issue would be that like, oh, and the system is actually protecting those people who are bigots. The system is bigoted themselves too. And so but in other words, like if you were going to tell me that like on a college campus somewhere today, someone punched a Jewish kid in the face for being Jewish, you know, you'd be like, oh, okay, we'll call the cops. Now, if you then told me that, like, no, the cops come in and they go, yeah, screw that Jew, you know, punch him again, then okay, all right, now we got a thing where you could say there is like a systematic oppression of this group of people going on. But first of all, that's not what's happening. In fact, the system is working against the pro-Palestinian activists. The Colombia, the epicenter of this whole thing, has already like revoked the degrees of a bunch of people. We've seen deportations of people who were legal residents over this issue. And then you go like, look, I all I know, and I don't know, I haven't been there, but like they did host a Seder for the Jewish students last Passover at the Columbia encampment. So like, how anti-Jewish is it really? You know, I'm not saying it's not at all. I'm saying I don't know. But if we're not talking about like a crime, if we're not talking about like Jewish students being assaulted or like harassed, and I mean by the legal definition of harassment, not just like this woke version of they felt they didn't like what they were hearing, then what are we talking about? You're talking about the same shit the left woke was talking about. Like, what? Students feel uncomfortable? Okay. That was the safe space argument. Like, oh, yeah, you're supposed to feel uncomfortable when you go to college. If you go to, like, if you are actually, which I'm not a big believer that many people should do, but if you're saying at 18 years old, you should spend a couple $100,000 and go away for another 4 years of school because kindergarten through 12th grade has not been enough school and you're not ready to enter the real world yet. So you need 4 more years of school to just be lost in thoughts and learning and reading. Okay, if you're going to do that and you're not confronting ideas that make you feel uncomfortable, that is an absolute waste. An absolute waste. You must confront ideas that make you extremely uncomfortable if you're ever going to be even approaching something that could be considered educated. And so what are we talking about here? They're talking about a bunch of nonsense. Like the bottom line here, right, is that this rabbi, right, it's your group and you want to do what's right for your group. And like, okay, but I'm just making the point that like Jews are also my group. Jews are, we are 2% of the population. We are extraordinarily successful in this country by any metric, doing quite a bit better than just white people in America are doing, okay? This society has been extraordinarily hospitable and welcoming to Jewish people. There have been no obstacles in our way for success. And in fact, we've achieved quite a bit of it. But there are some protests we don't like on college campuses, and some people say some things on Twitter we don't like. And so you're going to the United States Senate to lecture everybody about how we must be combating that. Honestly, you could look at that and not think that's going to engender more resentment. Really? I'm just so shocked that anybody, like if your goal was to make Jews more accepted in the society, how anyone could think this was the way to do it. You know, it's like if you were like going over to like your friend's house and they were having a party and you were like, I really want to win everybody over and make sure everyone here likes me at this party. So I'm going to start by complaining about everything about the party. I'm going to go up to everybody and complain about how they're doing everything. Our d'oeuvres aren't that good. We really should have more drinks here. We should, like, what? This is just guaranteed to make more people hate you. Why would you approach it this way? It's just, and like the bottom line is this, right? Because the truth is that whenever there's any policy, right, you could always find people who are bigoted who support or oppose that policy for bigoted reasons, almost always. You know, if the policy is affirmative action or DEI, you could find proponents of it who just hate white people, and you could find critics of it who just hate black people. You know what I mean? Like there are, if you're an anti-black racist, you're going to oppose affirmative action. And if you're an anti-white racist, you're going to support affirmative action. But there's also lots of non-bigots who support and oppose it. And so if you're arguing for the policy of affirmative action, you can't just go, oh, all the racists oppose it. And if you're arguing against it, you can't just go, all the racists are for it. You got to actually take on the arguments that the people who aren't racist and support or oppose it are making. And the bottom line here is just simply this, because there's so many people, ourselves included, but there's so many people who oppose what Israel's doing to Gaza who don't have anything against Jews. Some of us even really love the Jewish people and still can oppose this. And the bottom line is that this rabbi supports the war. You support the war. And so you don't want protests against the war. And this is just like, and this is what really makes it woke, is that you support the war, you don't like the fact that there's critics of the war, but rather than even attempt to take on their arguments, you're just going to smear them all as bigots and say the problem we have here is a rise of bigotry. Isn't that weird though, Rob, right? Like they're saying the problem we have here is anti-Semitism. And for some reason it spiked right after October 7th. I got no clue what that could be. I don't know. It's something's been going on since then that's really led to this crazy rise of people hating Jews. I don't know what it could be. I don't know. I'm sure there's been countless images of babies being pulled out under rubble. Maybe that has something to do. No. It's just an irrational bigotry. Just an irrational hate. It's like, come on, man. This is just so. It's so transparently bullshit. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Paint Your Life. This is an unbelievable gift idea. If you're thinking about Mother's Day coming up or Father's Day coming up, now you can get a professional hand-painted portrait created from any photo at a truly affordable price. All you do is you upload photos. You can create anything you can imagine. You can put yourself in a location you've always wanted to visit. You can add a lost loved one to a special occasion, a family photo, a picture of your grandparents. I got one of these for my wife. She absolutely loved it. And now you can give the most meaningful gift you've ever given at paintyourlife.com. And there's no risk. Right, the moments that matter most. Thoughts on that, Rob? Or you want to move on?
Let's move on.
All
you know,
right.
Jewish guy being Jewy in front of Congress.
Can you tell me who it beats?
Yeah, there you go. Well, that is true. More news at 6. Okay. So let me you know what? I wanted to talk about this. There's this clip that I saw, and there was something that like Megyn Kelly had been talking about this recently. I watched her. She did an interview with a New York Times journalist, and they were kind of talking about it's kind of an interesting, like the idea. It has to do with kind of like the idea of objective journalism, which is actually something was a theme of mine for many years that I always hated. I always hated the idea of objective journalism. And of course, when I say that, I don't hate the idea of objective journalism. I hate the idea that anyone is ever doing objective journalism. Like, let me be a little bit more clear on that. I'm not saying a journalist could do a piece where they're like, I'm trying to objectively cover this news, but I hate the person themselves being like, I'm not a commentator. I'm an objective journalist, because it does almost in a weird way elevate you above human status. You know what I mean? Like, you're almost like, I have no feelings of my own. I have no opinions of my own. Well, okay, obviously that's not true. You're not saying you don't have any opinions here. You're claiming that your opinions do not color your journalism at all, which is like a bullshit claim to make. Like, of course they do. And you must, if you're being the slightest bit humble, you have to admit that that's true. So anyway, so this woman who is the head of NPR, I think me and you watched one of these clips together, but she recently was at some congressional testimony. And, you know, the Republicans are talking a big game about cutting funding for NPR. This is something that PBS and NPR are always kind of have been in the Republican, you know, in their talking points that, hey, we should stop giving them money because they're so goddamn progressive and they're public, you know, they're publicly funded, or at least partially publicly funded. Maybe this administration's more serious about doing it. That seems almost like the type of thing the Trump administration would do, you know? All right, hey, we're gonna defund, you know, the entire federal apparatus. It's like, all right, yeah, actually, we're not going to do any of that, but no more NPR money, you know, like that seems like the type of thing that might get done. But nonetheless, it's kind of an interesting conversation. So let's play this clip, and then I'm curious.
Why should the Republicans have to contend with a media apparatus that's sponsored by the government and undermines their agenda and just as propaganda for the other side? Why have it?
Look, 100% you're right. And first of all, especially now, today, like, we are so past the point where there was even slightly an argument for why you would need a publicly funded news radio or whatever. I mean, first of all, like, why can't you just do it on your own? Like, just be a podcast or be a radio show or be whatever. But if you're telling me there's not enough of a market for it, we can't make it on our own. Like, okay, well, it's the most oversaturated market in the goddamn country right now. So if you can't make it, there's plenty of other people. There are plenty of left-wing podcasts and news shows and all of this, and there's plenty of right-wing podcasts and news shows, and there's plenty of centrist ones, and there's socialist ones and libertarian ones. I mean, there's just everything. And so, of course, right away you'd be like, why should the government be funding one of them? And then particularly if you're in the government and don't share the ideological foundations of that, why should you be funding somebody whose ideological foundations are in opposition to yours? And then on top of that, we've also just, I think we're just way past the point where you can even have these things in America, because we're so divided culturally, and we're so like, just living in different realities right now, that to have tax dollars funding either any side is going to be like seen as by a huge portion of the American people as like, oh, this is insane. You're funding like propaganda that is filled with lies. I mean, like, I don't know, like I think our side is right, like I think we're correct on the issues, but I will tell you the story of the last 5 years is that our government was funding a virus in a Chinese lab with substandard regulatory safety procedures, and then allowed the virus to get out, knew that, conspired to lie through their teeth about it, then locked the entire Western world down on the basis of pseudoscience, then lied through their teeth about that, then tried to demonize everybody who questioned the lockdowns as being these evil people, while telling you it was racist to tell the truth that the virus came from this lab that our government was funding, then denied it, then lied under oath, talking about Fauci here, saying that they never did gain of function and that they didn't fund that lab when they clearly did. Then they pivoted to a vaccine that they knew wouldn't do what they were selling it as. And that, right? So I could tell you the whole story. So NPR will have a completely, NPR would think that's nuts, what I just told you. And they'll go, no, this is what happened instead. And now I think they're wrong and I'm right. But like, we are just experiencing two different realities here. You know what I mean? And like, I don't mean that literally. Obviously, there's only one reality and we're living in that and they're delusional. But I'm just saying the gap is so wide that you just kind of can't have this anymore. Anyway, let's play this clip because I just found this to be kind of fascinating. So let's jump into it.
Talking about NPR, NPR is not biased in its coverage.
You're talking about the national shows that originate out of
national news shows that we produce. I'm speaking about our editorial news gathering function.
Right.
There is not bias in NPR.
Okay,
I will
just
say,
pause
I
it already.
this the other day yesterday.
Pause it already. This is what I mean. But there's a real old school like journalist thing where this is how you're supposed to talk about your news coverage. I don't know how we ever lived in a time where people would accept hearing this. Like, what does that mean to say your coverage is not biased? First of all, it's a joke, okay, because NPR is, as everybody knows, and I'm not like, I don't even hate NPR. I mean, I kind of do, but like, it's something that like, if me and you were in a car ride together and you were like, you want to throw on NPR for a minute? I'd be like, all right, let's hate listen to NPR for a fucking minute. You know what I mean? And like, but to say that they're not biased, everybody, including the people who like NPR, of course know that it's biased. But well beyond that, there is no such thing as non-biased news coverage. It just doesn't exist. You always have biases in some area, and maybe you could argue that my biases are correct, but there's always bias. There's always nobody. If you think about it, it's like the type of thing where you go, like, you'd have to be so open-minded that your brain falls out of your head. Like, what does that mean? If you were covering a story about slavery, do you cover that by going like, now I'm not taking a position pro or against. I'm just telling you that there was this one group for slavery and this one group against slavery, and I will treat them both equally. Like, no, nobody does that. Everybody has, look, there's even just when you have the entire media saying that Donald Trump represented the end of democracy. Okay. Now, right away, the first thing that jumps out of you there is that that's kind of a hysterical claim and there's no real evidence to suggest that. And this is right. But forget that. In order to truly claim that you had no bias in your reporting, you would have to treat that as a completely debatable subject, whether it's good or bad. Like, in other words, you'd have to say, and maybe the end of democracy would be a good thing. Because if you're pro-democracy, that's a bias. No, you could argue that is a completely justifiable bias. But the idea of arguing that to sit here with a straight face and say, our programming has no bias. What world are you living in? No programming. No programming. There is never once in the history of the world been a news program that didn't have a bias attached to it. It's that simple. Your bias might be that you're pro-free speech, that you're pro-democracy, that you're pro-West, that you're pro-America, that you're pro-women, that you're pro-LGBT. It might be that you're pro-white people. It might be, whatever it is. There's lots of different ones you could have, but there's always a bias. And so I think just eradicating this mentality, pretending, is a positive thing. I think it's one of the best things about like the new media landscape is that nobody's really pretending that anymore. There's no one out there who's really pretending, oh, this show is completely unbiased. Imagine, Rob, it's on the level of us saying that about this show. Imagine we were to say we're completely unbiased on this show. Of course, we have tons of biases on this show. We're pro-market, we're pro-peace, we're pro-America, we're pro, like the whole thing is biased. That doesn't mean I still don't think we're telling the truth, but it does mean that like, oh yeah, no, we have a perspective here that we are giving you. Who would deny that and think anyone could believe them? All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Moinkbox. I love support American family POTP.
Contractors, are you covered? Insurance policies start at only $9.
All right, let's get back into the show.
And in this case, such clear bias. If you turn to your liberal friend and said, hey, I'm interested in learning more from a liberal perspective, they'd say, well, are you listening to NPR? It's been around for a long time. It's really one of the best outlets. Or if you're like, hey, there's so much conservative radio and so much conservative podcasting, where do I get more of like the liberal voices and more of the liberal arguments to understand these things? Well, have you checked out NPR? I mean, they've been around for 60 years doing great liberal coverage.
Well, that's why I said it would be on the level of us claiming we're not a libertarian podcast. You're just being like, no, we're just being objective. And if that makes libertarianism look good, then it does. But like, I'm not libertarian. We're every bit as socialist as we are libertarian, Rob. Right? Like, what are you talking about? And you don't have to pretend that in order to argue that, like, no, I think I'm right about this. Like, all right. Anyway, let's keep playing. Sorry, go ahead.
And also, there were both PBS, Newswire, or NewsHour, and NPR were better pre-Trump. And then when Trump won, the media landscape changed where the media companies that Week Magazine, there were a bunch of them that were, I'll just say better. And then they stopped reporting actual information and started reporting spin because they realized that they didn't have enough control over the narrative by just reporting actual information, that wasn't enough in terms of just kind of picking the topic and the lens. They had to actually report you spin. And so you'd be more instances of like what we saw with Rachel Maddow when in the middle of a Donald Trump speech, they don't give you the actual news because they don't want you to see the information. And
they have to spin it ahead of time. They can't let you see it.
Yes. They'll have to stop it live and go, here's the spin, because actual information became dangerous for people to know. So particularly in the last, decade, these people have engaged in doing intentionally biased media because they thought that their agenda was so important that they had to be biased. NPR is a definite example of that. I thought one of the things that was interesting about that congressional hearing was that they really brought the receipts over the way that NPR has covered these topics, and Hunter Biden's story might be one of the best examples.
Yeah, well, that's coming up in this clip in a second. So let's but yes, you're absolutely right. No, it's 100%. And by the way, just to what you're saying, NewsHour on PBS, I used to think, like in the pre-Trump days, I used to say, I'd be like, that's probably the best like TV news show on the, aside from like, I loved Stossel and Judge Napolitano and Kennedy, but like, I'd go, that's probably the best, like, and it was always liberal, but just because it was like higher IQ. It was like, oh, they're actually like diving into a little bit of like, hey, what's going on in Somalia right now? Let's actually talk to some experts about that. And it wasn't just like, whatever, like dumb cable news shows or something like that. Anyway, let's keep playing this clip.
Yeah. yesterday. It was like a long time ago.
Yeah.
I was speaking with our editorial leadership. One thing that came up quite frequently was the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Indeed.
And our editorial leadership today says, we wish we'd gotten on that earlier.
And you, in fact, expressed a regret yesterday in the hearing. That was one of the newsworthy things. You came out whole from that hearing. But what made news was your regret that you had not done a better job institutionally on the Hunter Biden story.
Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not on the editorial side of the organization, and I was not there at the time.
But you represented it as your feeling and as the feeling of the editorial team today.
That's correct.
Can you just pause again? Because I think this
is a big story, and
I think this is really important. Not coming out with information soon enough is as good as not coming out with it at all. That story was relevant prior to the election, and then it got suppressed because it would have influenced the election. Once that information, it's almost like if you had information about why I should sell a stock because it's going to crash, and then you tell it to me after it crashes. That's no longer valuable information. The thing that I needed it in order to, or if you told me that there was poison in my water after I got poisoned by it, that doesn't help me. I needed to know that information before I consumed the water. So the news organizations love doing this, where they correct the record once the information's irrelevant. And they do this a lot so that they could pretend like, oh, we just didn't do it soon enough. No, you suppressed the information while it was relevant. And then once it became irrelevant, then you were content to actually share the story with us. That's suppression. That's what that is.
100%. And then look, she does this kind of moving the goalpost thing a little bit subtly there. But when she says, quite correctly, she goes, look, I'm not part of the editorial team, and I wasn't at NPR at the time. It's like, okay, fine, fair enough. But your claim was not that you are not biased. Your claim was that the programming at NPR was not biased. And so, okay, fine, you weren't there, but we're talking about them. That's who we're talking about, the organization that you now run. And so to actually, with a straight face, be like, hey, and we regret not reporting on the Hunter Biden story, to your point, when it mattered at all. It only matters now to point out how biased these guys are. But okay, but why didn't you guys report on that? I mean, come on. You're really going to argue that that wasn't because of a pre-existing bias that you guys already had? Like, do you think if there was a scandal about Donald Trump in October of 2020, they would have buried that story and only be talking about it now 5 years later? I don't think so. Okay, like it's like, oh, it's very coincidental that all your regrets happen to go in one direction and one direction only, and that happens to be in the direction that coincides with your obvious bias that you're denying. I mean, get out of here. Now let's just play the very end of it, and then we'll wrap up.
We didn't get on it early enough, and so is that a mistake? Sure. We can acknowledge that we are not always perfect. My belief is that it's not our goal to be trusted, it's our goal to be trustworthy, which means we get up every single day and we try to do the best job so that we earn the worth, that we are worth people's trust, but we never assume that we're trusted.
But they assume, speaking of assuming, they assume that you didn't cover that story more fully because you're biased.
I do understand that, and that's why I think it's important to acknowledge when we're not.
But you don't think that was bias?
Today's actually a really exciting day because we got to unfold one of these units right in front of a crowd of people.
I was not there, and I cannot speak to the conversations that happened.
Right.
So I don't know what went into it, but my view is that when we hear criticism, we need to take it on board and we need to examine what it is that is generating this criticism and determine what we're going to do about it. If we are going to serve the public interest, we need to hear from the public, and then we need to determine what of that is something that we can integrate in order to earn that public trust.
Here, by the way, all right, that's it. The end of the show there. But you know, it's a really great way to turn to the public is to not take government money. Just saying. That way you could really find out what the market thinks of your news. But look, for her thing here to be, and you notice at the end there, by the way, she really slivers away from the central argument, because then he just has the obvious follow-up question. And this is not exactly a hostile interview, but the obvious follow-up question is like, okay, but people are going to say you didn't report on the Hunter Biden thing because of your bias. And then she goes, well, look, I wasn't there and I don't know the conversation, so I can't say for sure. It's like, but you started out saying for sure. You started out claiming very authoritatively that NPR is not biased. And here's a great indication that they are. But again, she's
Lebanon. This the season finale? This the finale? Like it? Like it's the end of all the seasons. What?
This might be the best website to learn new tech skills and how to code. This is Codecademy.
So we were at 400% yesterday. Now we're at 1,000. China is now willing to negotiate. The yuan has fallen to the lowest level in 18 years. I mean, this has been fucking insane, honestly. And I'll be kind of curious to see what happens with this. The art of the deal. Please briefly explain the art of the deal for idiots who don't understand how Trump operates, even after decades of him using the same strategy for everything. Okay, here are the key elements. Start with an extreme position to create room for compromise. Use attention-grabbing statements to control the narrative and put the other side on the defensive. Create a sense of urgency to pressure the other side into making concessions. Keep the other side guessing about your true intentions and bottom line. Be willing to walk away if the deal doesn't meet your standards. This is absolutely what's happened.
For years, we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by China and others, in all fairness, but by China, that's the big one. And it's just one of those things. You know, we're making $2 billion a day right now, this country. $2 billion a day with tariffs. And they were making $2 billion a day. We'll be making more. Now, when you see what happened today, I don't know if it's still there. You know, this is, I looked an hour ago, but we're up like close to 3,000 points. Nobody's ever seen a day like that. I think that's a record, isn't it, fellas? Yeah, fairly. Is that a record? Who would have thought we were going to have a record like that after watching? But because the geniuses of the world, they get it. Our country is very strong. We were left a very, very weakened country.
By Joe Biden.
Both economically, financially, because of all of the tariffs and all of the other companies just raiding us and ripping us off.
And that's President Trump yesterday after issuing that 90-day pause on reciprocal tariffs for some countries while keeping the 10% baseline tariff in place, while also raising the tariff on China to 125% effective immediately. The president said that was because of a lack of respect that Beijing has shown the world markets with its retaliation against the U.S. The president also told reporters he's still open to meeting with Xi Jinping.
No, of course he's going to talk to him. I mean, this is just something that's going to happen. Yeah, of course.
No, sure I would. He's a friend of mine. I like him. President Xi, I like him. I respect him. But they haven't treated our country right. Sure, I'd meet with him. On the other countries, we have Japan is here, and South Korea is here, and others are here. And we're trying to see him. It's from what I hear, it's much more than 75. I said 75 plus. So many. It's everybody wants to make a deal, actually. And, you know, we want to do what's right for our country. We also want to do what's right for the world. The world is important. I mean, you know, it's the world, right? And I think we're going to make a lot of people very happy. And I think investing in the United States of America will be the greatest investment that anybody's ever made.
That's pretty important.
The president keeping allies close with this new tariff plan. Joining me now is Gatestone Institute senior fellow and the author of Plan Red, China's project to destroy America. Gordon Chang back.
I wonder what his opinion's going to be.
With us. Gordon, great to see you. Your reaction to all that has taken place here. I don't know why Xi Jinping doesn't just pick up the phone and call President Trump and try to do a deal rather than back and forth with this retaliation.
Yeah. Picking up the phone and calling President Trump would be the economically rational thing to do. China absolutely needs to do that. But Xi Jinping has configured the Chinese political system so that only the most hostile answers are considered to be acceptable, which means he's boxed himself in. He can't do that because if he does that, his Communist Party
He's gonna look like a bitch. Yeah.
Fellow leaders, they're going to criticize him. So right now, China's in a position where it can't do what it absolutely needs to do.
And I think they're trying to pressure U.S. markets. When they saw the Politburo and Xi Jinping and his leadership team, when they saw the markets were down 2,000 points, 2 days in a row, trillions of market value lost, they tried to pile on. In fact, there was an issue yesterday in the bond market where rates were spiking. And I was questioning what's going on in the bond market today. Was it a trade gone wrong, or is China selling treasuries? And I spoke with the Treasury Secretary about it. I asked Scott Bessent just that. Watch this.
There's one of these deleveraging convulsions that's going on right now in the markets, and I think it's in the fixed income market. There's some very large leverage players who are experiencing losses. They're having to deleverage. I believe that there is nothing systemic about this. I think that it is an uncomfortable but normal deleveraging that's going on in the bond market, and I expect that as we see the leverage come down, the risk managers tapping people on the shoulders, telling them to bring their books down, which is what happens every couple of years as leverage builds up, then the market will calm down.
Is China jumping treasuries to try to put pressure on this this market?
Yeah, I think it works against their purposes if they are dumping treasuries.
Let's see where it's at right now. I'm actually kind of curious. It's at 39%, so it's pretty much about the same as it was. It's a little bit less than yesterday.
Because if they're dumping treasuries, then they have to buy something else. If they sell dollars,
it's not bonds. No, I understand he's talking about treasury yields and bonds. I was just looking at this number and I was thinking, I wonder if it's more or less than that now.
strengthen their currency. And as I said earlier, they've actually been weakening their currency, which is a loser for everyone.
Right.
And again, when I hear all these stories, the dollar is no longer going to be the reserve currency. If you end up with the Chinese who are willing to use their currency as a trade tool, that doesn't seem like a very good reserve asset to me.
I was really happy to get the Secretary's commentary on the dollar, and he reiterated the U.S.'s position toward a strong dollar. But what do you think? I remember during the financial crisis back in 2007, China and Russia tried to team up, pile on, sell treasuries to pressure the market. So that immediately came to me when I saw that spike in rates yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's part of the answer of what the Chinese were doing, because they do want to put pressure on President Trump.
Yeah.
But the other thing, though, is, yes, they want their currency to weaken, but they don't want it to weaken too fast because they're worried about capital flight. So I think that they have to sell treasuries, dollar-denominated assets, to support the renminbi. But the thing that's really interesting, is that President Trump looks at this and says, I'm not afraid of you, China.
Yeah. He really did.
And the reason is, look, the Chinese don't have any cards in this. As the Treasury Secretary said, they're only holding a pair of twos, and Trump has a royal straight flush. But the point here, though, is that the Chinese think, well, we can intimidate Trump. We can coerce him into surrendering preemptively. And Trump yesterday said, look, 125% tariffs. I'm not being coerced. I'm not being intimidated. You, China, you're the ones who have to back down.
Yeah, and I love the fact that President Trump will always say...
Yeah, it's 145 now, by the way. So he's continuing to go. Yeah, he's keeping doing it. With no cards, yeah.
Things like, yeah, I want to meet him. He's my friend. We get along great. While at the same time is, putting 125% tariff on the country. He knows his customer in communist China. And the U.S. signed a new security and defense pact to reinforce control over the Panama Canal. Pete Hegseth down at the canal, the defense secretary, announced the pact during a joint press conference in Panama City yesterday. Watch this.
We also signed.
See, this is like another thing. I feel like very clearly Trump has been trying to take tactical moves to, weaken China. And he thinks China controls the Panama Canal, and so they're trying to weaken them there, too.
With the Minister of Canal Affairs...
Wait, it's 154% now?
Framework for U.S. military and auxiliary ships to travel through the Panama Canal first and free. We're working with them to ensure that we take back the canal from malign Chinese influence. And these two documents, I think, create a historic baseline and send a clear message to the region and the communist Chinese that America will stand by our allies, keep key terrain free, so that our ships, our military vessels, our auxiliary vessels are free to traverse anytime they need for any contingency around the world.
I mean, if we help build the fucking canal and we're having to pay to use it, fuck that. I'm just going to be honest, fuck that. Absolutely not.
Just one episode out, yeah.
Another
we didn't help, we built it. I was trying to be diplomatic.
That China is upset about, that the U.S. is taking back the Panama Canal. And, it seems to me that China's on its back heels right now. I mean, with all of these moves from President Trump, what do you think about the Chinese economy? What's the impact here?
Well, the Chinese economy is probably around zero. And we see from the price signals, it's in a deflationary spiral down, which is really inconsistent with 5.0% growth that they reported for last year. So this is coming at a time where China's having its 2008. In 2008, they didn't want to have a recession, so they overstimulated their economy. They've accumulated all this debt. They don't know what to do with it because this debt is internal, which means if you try to resolve it, local parties are going to get hurt. They don't have the political will to do that. They got their 2008. They got Trump on tariffs. They got deglobalization. This is all hitting China at the same time, and they have no answers to this in Beijing.
Yeah, and you would think that they would come back and try to, schmooze Trump, try to get in his favor, but
I bet they're probably trying to do that privately. I feel like there's a very high probability they're trying to do that. Because, they don't... No way. Why not? Wouldn't you do that if you were them? Yeah, of course. Because the problem is the optics. It's not the outcome, it's the optics. Will IQ skeptics say no way to fucking everything? We would know from a tweet? Yeah, I guess so. Anyone else notice Trump dialed back all the hostile rhetoric about the rest of the world in the last 2 days? Well, yeah, of course. He always does that. It's that they're the worst people. It's the same as he called Gavin Newsom new scum over and over. And then when he started helping them at the wildfires and Gavin Newsom started playing ball with Trump, now he's not new scum anymore. He does that with everybody. Like, this is not really any sort of like a big secret.
He recognizes that they're in a weakened position, and that 125% tariff's only going to make things worse. We'll see if they blink, and who blinks first. South Korean officials are ready to talk about tariffs going down with the U.S. The country will hold snap elections in June, June 3rd, to choose the successor to former President Yoon Suk Yeol. He was ousted last year after briefly imposing.
He had a national level crash out where he just randomly decided to impose martial law. And everybody in South Korea was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you retard, like, get the fuck out of here. And that was about it, you know, like, then he was out of a job and that was it. Yeah, he had his gamer moment. And you got to remember, like, South Korea is pretty close to North Korea. So, like, they hear martial law, they're like, oh, not for me.
Imposing martial law in the country, sparking those protests and riots. Gordon, what do you think about this? You said democracy is at risk in this presidential election, and it could affect trade deals as well.
Yeah, the leading candidate for the June 3rd election is a guy named Lee Jae-myung. And Lee Jae-myung is basically a communist, although he can't say that because he's running for president. But the problem is he's very pro-China, very pro-North Korea, anti-U.S., anti-Japan.
I see.
And so we're in a risk here because South Korea could really go red very quickly.
Wow.
But the point is, on trade deals, you know, Yi doesn't like the United States, so he doesn't want a trade deal with the U.S. He wants to kick our troops off the peninsula. He called them an occupying force. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So, you know, right now, things are very much at a point where this is the most important election in South Korea's history, June 3rd.
I'll tell you, what a difference this president and this administration is relative to the last one, where, you know, the Oversight Committee was investigating all the money that the Biden family took in from communist China.
Yeah, and that certainly affected Biden's decision. Biden certainly acted like he was afraid of China.
Yeah.
You know, this was really bad, and it was important for President Trump to win, you know, and this is November 5, I think, is going to be looked at as a turning point in American history. This is the golden age.
And I wonder...
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that.
If this whole time it was about China, that President Trump needed to put China in a corner, and he wanted to do so in tariffs, and all of this other drama around it was never the focus. I don't know. I'm beginning to see it that way. Gordon, it's great to see you.
I think there's a pretty high probability of that, especially considering the fact that he did the same thing with the Panama Canal. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to wait and see.
Hey, Kevin, what's your reaction to this now? It's not 125%.
So this might be a surprise, but the tariffs to China have gone up again. Now it's up to 145%.
It's 145%, the U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods.
Wow.
I've been an advocate for raising it to 400% in one move to force Xi to the table, because this narrative with China is not just about tariffs. Since China joined the WTO
400%
in 2020, or it's actually 2000, they have not abided by the rules in any single year. There is no way you can figure out or settle a trade dispute with them, although they said they'd agree to do that. They never did. They have been constantly stealing American IP, including many from my companies. We have not been able to litigate there. There is no resolution available to us. They are using our financial markets. I have to compete with Chinese companies that don't abide by GAAP, listing on NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange for investors.
GAAP generally accepted accounting principles. So they're cooking the books, basically.
Dollars, and I am forced to comply, and they're not. They're allowed to use our legal system to sue me here in the United States. I can't do the same in China. So
you can see how that's obviously fucking unfair. They don't have to use the same accounting. They get to steal your shit, and you can't sue them, but they can sue you. I mean, really, like, what the fuck is going on here? Does that sound fair? I think it doesn't. It's obviously not fucking fair.
Just one hand. I put up my hand. I was testifying yesterday at the China hearings in Washington, and I said I've had enough. And I expect you, lawmakers, and the administration to finally go to task and settle this once and for all, because I don't care if it's 1,000% tariffs.
All right. So we were at 400% yesterday. Now we're at 1,000. Oh, shit. Wow.
They have to come to the table now and not just settle this trade.
Check the China Observer YouTube channel. Chinese are complaining about Xi Jinping's. Remind me about that after this.
War. They need to settle all of this.
Bro, actually, I don't know if I want to watch that, bro. Like, because if I watch that video, it gets popular. Would that be snitching them out? Bro, I would be like, would I be an accomplice at that point? Like, if I watch that. Ooh.
Unbalanced situation. We need, all of us, look, I have nothing against the Chinese people. I love the Chinese people, all of their contributions to culture.
Nobody hates Chinese people generally except for a few racist assholes, okay? Everybody's complaint is with their government. We know that most of the people in China are nice, good people. It's the same as in America or any other fucking country.
Over the millennia is well documented. It's the government. They cheat, they steal, they don't play by the rules, and I've had enough. And so I would like this thing worked out. I don't care about the volatility. I don't care if Trump ratchets it up 25% a day.
What do you mean?
But
Wait, Kevin. What do you mean you don't care about volatility if volatility has a direct impact on us as consumers?
You fucking retard. It already is having an effect on you. It's already negatively affecting you, but because it's happening in an abstract and you don't have it quantified in a number that's directly in front of you, you think that it's not happening. It's been happening for years. It's been going on for years. And this is the thing. It's like, oh, well, what about right now? Yes, wow, what a great argument. Let's slowly let this negative thing get worse rather than trying to solve it now. What a ridiculous thing to say. This is why, by the way, as long as the stock markets are going up, any argumentation and basically people will support the China tariffs to the extent that the stock market doesn't go down massively.
Have to fix this problem once and for all. It's killing us. It's killing small business in America. It's killing large businesses.
Yeah.
All the IP these guys steal. You go back and look at all of their technological advancements, and this is a personal estimation. You're going to find source code from American companies back 4 decades ago.
Genshin Impact and Breath of the Wild look pretty similar. The games looked they looked really, really close together. One game looked a lot like the other game.
These guys don't play by the rules. And administration after administration, whether it be European or American, have not dealt with this. It's enough. We've got to solve this problem. Okay. Now, if we have to squeeze Chinese heads to the wall, as I said yesterday when I was testifying, so be it. I'm willing to live with the volatility to get the long situation settled. I want to compete in China. I want to open up those markets.
If what you're saying is carried out to its ultimate solution.
Yes.
You're talking about the fact that China, the regime, has a system in place that is able to manipulate the world, its currency, and everything else because of its totalitarian nature. Now, we can talk about what happened in 48. We can talk about what happened with Taiwan. We can talk about everything else. But Kevin, it's a reality The Cultural Revolution in China killed millions of people so that people would remember that they had to remain silent.
But
What you're
telling
saying
me
is,
this is
I've
okay.
had enough
You're
with
happy
China,
with this?
but
You're good with it?
no,
You're okay with
no.
it?
Yeah. See, the way that you break that is you destroy the economy that enables it. Because the only reason why that happens is because the people there are living in relatively good status. That's the reason why people put up with it.
Oh, no. On the contrary, but what I'm asking you is, what is the solution to dealing with China, a system that systematically violates human rights,
Here's how
and that
it
is
works.
able to use...
Well, you
That's how
asked
it
me, I'm going
works,
to tell
right?
you. You got Xi.
Okay.
He's the supreme leader for life. What keeps him in power?
Yes.
Keeping his people employed and fed. Now,
That's
when you
right.
shut down a factory, I think Janice Mackey-Frere just on before me, he's talked about this. When you shut down a factory, you put thousands, if not tens of thousands of people unemployed in China.
That's right.
They take burning torches, just like in a Frankenstein movie, up to the castle, and that's a bad outcome for the supreme leader. He knows that. Now, what's the largest consumer market on earth? The United States.
That's right. That's right. He can't keep it up for too long. Exactly. They do what? Absolutely they do.
It's almost 40% of all goods consumed worldwide. What's the largest GDP? 25 or 26% GDP of the world? The United States of America. China needs the United States of America. We have the upper hand right now. We have the cards. Now's the time to settle this because we may not be the largest economy forever, but right now we can squeeze Chinese, and I'm talking about the government, not the people, to comply with the laws and get a level playing field between China and the United States of America. If it takes a little volatility, a little indigestion, a little acid reflux, I don't care. I want this thing worked out now because I can show you countless occurrences of where I have backed, as an investor, a company that gets to $5 million in sales with a consumer good or service on
It gets
Amazon.
stolen by China, then they just start reselling it under the same name or a similar name.
On Alibaba, and then as soon as it hits 5 million, it's knocked off. They steal the IP, they manufacture it there, they sell it back into this market. I'm not okay with it. I'm not okay with that
Yep.
anymore.
That's the nature of the...
That's right. Mm-hmm. Yep, there it is. And countless examples throughout history. It's happened before. Yeah. Imagine how swift and profound the world flourished if China and the America open to each other. Well, I feel like, again, it would be better for us if they just weren't stealing our shit. I mean, I think that's really where the problem is. I mean, I feel like that's obviously what the issue is. So, yeah. We spent billions on hip research and they stole it? Yeah, of course. So, like, if you have people that systematically
This morning.
steal
Kimmel,
your
what's
shit, if they keep stealing your shit and then they keep trying to resell it back at a much lower rate, is this really free trade? Is this what's in the best interest of the people that are here? I personally don't fucking think so. And I think that they always like making this argument like, oh, well, what about the little guy? Well, the little guy is the one that's getting their stuff stolen. A $5 million company is actually very small. You might think that it's big because it sounds like $5 million, but whenever you take in operating capital and the amount of money and revenue, and then it's not like a $5 million company is not making $5 million a year in profit. That's not the way that it works. So yeah, espionage, yeah, but it brings competition. It doesn't really, there's no competition when it's asymmetrical. So basically, whenever you have to compete with ankle weights and then the other person doesn't, the other person is going to, like, that's not a competition. Like, there's no competition at all. What the fuck do you think Walmart and Target do to the little guy? Well, they have to follow the United States law with copyright. What do you mean? So Walmart and Target, what they do to the little guy is they come into a space and they beat these smaller companies and these smaller, like, let's say grocery stores or like, you know, like small stores. They beat them by simply having a product at a lower price. That's a totally different dynamic than taking the products that they're making and then making cheap versions of them, violating the intellectual copyright, and then selling them as if they're the original product. That's a totally different thing. Like, yeah, they beat them on volume. Exactly. And so, yeah, that's capitalism versus theft. I know it's crazy that people are even saying this. Patent, not copyright. Good point. You're right about that. It's patent, but not copyright, at least in most cases. The company I work for did a cooperation with a Chinese company during the Olympics. Fast forward to today, and they're our biggest competition, selling copies for less money. How convenient for them. And so, yeah, I can easily see that. Let me see if the China Observer Holy shit. Uh-oh. Wow.
你担心诚信，我们比你更担心。
I woke up and all our orders were gone. Because of these new tariffs from the US, every American client is telling us to pause production and delay our plans.
Wow.
This is a mess.
There's a video showing how bad things have gotten. It's like the sky has fallen. Orders were canceled because of the US tariffs. Warehouses are packed with unsold products, and the factory floor is basically just being cleaned now, with no real work happening. Ever since Trump raised tariffs, businesses in mainland China have been feeling the chill. Even though CCP General Secretary Xi Jinping talks tough about retaliating against Trump's tariffs, the truth is the Chinese government doesn't care about how much regular people are losing. And
That's exactly true. And I think that once the people there realize that, they're going to be really fucking upset. That's very dangerous for them. And this admin does. They do, but our quality of life will not be as negatively impacted as theirs. So, like, basically, this is the way it is that you can take advantage of people and you can make their lives worse slowly. But if there's, like, a big decrease, like, for example, COVID, then people lose their minds.
Back will only bring even harsher responses. America, as the buyer, is the one setting the rules.
Yeah, of
if the
course.
seller tries to challenge them, they'll lose badly, ending up with nothing. On April 8th, U.S.
There he is.
President Trump officially signed an executive order to raise tariffs on Chinese goods to 104%.
Guys, do you remember back whenever it was only 104%? Those were the days.
They will be going into effect at 12:01 a.m.
Good
tonight,
times,
so
huh?
effectively tomorrow. Yes.
That 104% rate is now in effect.
China cracked down on influencers who were flaunting wealth during economic downturn because they feared regular people getting upset about the wealth inequality in China. Yeah, I think that any sort of a totalitarian state and any sort of an oppressive government is generally a house of cards. And if enough wind blows, the whole thing falls down. And like that's how you have, and a lot of these governments, I've seen this happen a lot, is that it seems like nothing is happening, and then it's seemingly overnight everything changes. And I think that's what could theoretically happen. That's guys when I was talking about something I has no idea about. If you want to argue, that's totally fine. But saying that like I'm wrong, I don't know what I'm talking about, everything's fake. You ban our crap all the time. What are you saying? Biggest companies operate in China. Well, they operate in China because they have to, and they also operate in China at a weakness. They're not stealing anything. So if they're not, so let me ask you something. If they're not stealing anything, then why do you have all these American business owners saying that they're stealing things? Do you think that they're all just collectively lying? And how do you explain why there are video games made in China that seemingly copy video games made in other countries? How do you reconcile that? Like Apple getting their iPhone stolen? Well, yeah, Apple does have to give away any sort of like trade secrets or anything like that in order to do business in China. That's one of the criteria. And on top of that, they have to be partnered with a company that's in China, and every company that's in China needs to have connections to the government. Like which one? Which one? Okay. All right, I'll give you an example. Blizzard went over to China, and they had to have a partner, and that partner was NetEase. The partnership with NetEase went away, and Blizzard could no longer offer their services in China. There's an example. Is that enough, or now do you want another one? So WoW was stolen? Yeah, absolutely. What I'm saying, what are they copying? Oh my God. I just gave you an example. No, it wasn't. There was no Chinese WoW running, bro. What the fuck? Oh my god. Are you serious, bro? Are you being serious right now? There's no WoW Chinese being done. There are tons of games in China that have shamelessly and obviously ripped off World of Warcraft. They actively use Warcraft models. They use the NPCs that are shifted maybe 5%, and sometimes not even that. They're being sold, and it's not called World of Warcraft. It's called World of War or some other variant of that. Terrasland is another good example of this. There are tons of games that come out in China that are made to mirror other games in other markets that they then try to do at a much lower rate. And this is not something that's just with video games. Like, I don't know. I think that really you should go and look this up and decide it for yourself. If it was copied, you have to have exact private server of WoW. A shameless copy, sure. They're not. Okay, so it's a shameless copy, right? Okay, so now we've arrived at the same conclusion. Yes. Okay, well, they do copy it. All right. Well, there we go. Multiple high-profile cases. And so this is another good example. I don't know really a lot about this. 2018 indictment of state-owned company Fujian Jua for stealing trade secrets from the U.S. semiconductor firm. Similarly, Huawei has faced allegations of IP theft from American companies like T-Mobile and Cisco. Yeah, I mean, how many examples do you need? Marvel Rivals is a good example. I don't think Marvel Rivals is a good example personally, but yeah, there's no copying. They're not copying. They're shameless copies. Yeah, exactly. They didn't steal it. They just copied it.
Has vowed to fight to the end in this trade war, but the real tariff is higher because this 104% is on top of the 20% already in place from Trump's first term. That means the average tariff on Chinese goods is now close to 125%. One man in China posted a video calling on the Chinese people and the government to stay clear-headed. With tariffs going up like this, he advised they shouldn't go head-to-head.
This is another thing, is that I think a lot of people in China, like, this is, again, this is something like I have observed, but I'm not really an expert in. I've never been to China. A lot of the people in China, I feel like, and the way that I've observed, especially over the last 20 years, have been tremendously enjoying the benefits of like some degree of capitalism. Like, the quality of life has gone up massively. The amount of technology in that country has gone up incredibly. And so these people have tasted what it's like to live the good life. I think if China tries to take that away from them, they're going to lose their fucking minds. I would be fucking furious.
With the U.S., otherwise they'd be gambling with people's livelihoods.
These past couple days, I've had enough. Stop talking about fighting the U.S. over tariffs like it's some action movie.
Yep.
Acting tough is a dead end. Making money is what actually matters. The U.S. has...
See? There's going to be more and more people that think that. Yep.
350 million people and takes up a third of global consumer orders. Think about that.
So we're at, like, the U.S. is a third of all global consumer orders? Holy fuck. That's a lot. That's an ass load.
Out of every $3 spent around the world, one comes from the U.S. The EU has 450 million people, but their purchasing power is nowhere close to America.
The reason why is because America's the best. Europe's okay. But we all know. Everybody knows this.
Because we've got one...
By the way, I always find this to be very funny because almost everybody, a lot of people from America are from Europe, but, you know. So I just ignore that.
1.4 billion people in China working ourselves to the bone. But our spending power is only about 1/5 of America.
This is another component too that I think is also like, and this is again like I don't know this firsthand. I'm just looking at this secondhand. Is that the Chinese work culture is like fucking brutal. It's absolutely fucking brutal. And because of that, I think you're seeing, I'm going to move this up so you guys can read the subtitles.
Because the numbers don't lie. Cursing the U.S. for being a bully doesn't put food on the table. The
Yeah.
US dollar is still the passport to the global market.
That's right.
Everyone's shouting about how we don't need the American market. Wake up. The American market is valuable. Numbers speak louder than slogans. Instead of shouting about resistance, we should be thinking about how to make money within the existing rules. When your wallet is full of US dollars, then you can talk about upgrading industries or ditching the dollar. Until then, it's all just talk. Lower your head, make money, it's not shameful. Betting ordinary people's lives on pride, that's the real stupidity.
A business
I
owner.
think there's a lot of people that are going to feel that way. And I think that the longer the tariffs keep up, the more people are going to feel that way. I think also the internet gives, I feel like the internet is a massive ability. Like, obviously, my understanding is like China, like it's against the law to use a VPN, but it's against the law to use VPN in the same way that it's like against the law to smoke weed here, where it's like, it's against the law, but everybody does it anyway. A lot of these people are on the internet. They're on Western internet. They're seeing what everybody else is seeing.
In Tangshan, Hebei, tried to fight back using what you'd call mental victory tactics. He put up a big sign on the screen in his shop. It said, "Starting today, we will charge American customers an extra 104% service fee. If you don't understand, please contact the U.S. Embassy." A netizen hit him with the perfect response. "Dude, do you even have any American customers?" And the boss said, "Nope."
So they're just trying to put on. They trying to put on, and I get it, right? You trying to put on, you're not trying to look like a bitch? Absolutely. I totally understand.
So how is that retaliation? On the evening of April 8th, U.S. time, after announcing a 104% tariff on Chinese imports, Trump attended the National Republican Congressional Committee's President's Dinner and accused the Chinese Communist Party of manipulating currency to offset the impact of tariffs. As
Yeah,
the
so they've been talking about this forever.
U.S.-China trade war intensifies, Beijing let the yuan fall to a historic low of 7.4 against the dollar on April 8th, something it hadn't done in 19 months. This was the lowest.
Again, I want to remind you guys that constantly sitting in my chat and just saying you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. If you want to add something to the conversation, do it. But that's not adding anything. You're just wasting space.
Rate since September 2023. For a long time, investors considered 7.2 to be a soft bottom line that China would not let the currency fall below. According to the Financial Times, China's central bank set the exchange rate right at 7.2 the following Tuesday, basically signaling that they're willing to let the yuan drop further in order to cushion the blow from U.S. tariffs. Wen Lucheng posted on Facebook that Trump has made his position very clear. If the Chinese government doesn't back down, he won't just refuse to negotiate, he'll double down. This isn't a negotiation.
No, he's gonna do that again. He's gonna keep doing it over and over and over. Like, the thing is, and also, I think a lot of people in the U.S. support him for doing this. And now I think that Trump needs to do, this is something that I think Trump needs to do a better job at. Trump needs to do a better job at communicating what he feels are the unfair trade practices of China in a way that is concise and easy to understand. Because, like, it's a messaging problem. And, like, this is the same type of messaging problem the government had with COVID. But, like, this, it's different, but it's the same, right? Where it's like, yeah, COVID is like this big issue and we want people to do this stuff. But if you're not able to, like, explain it in a way that the public understands and can respect, then you're going to get a lot of resentment and distrust.
Anymore. It's an ultimatum. In reality, it's more like a declaration of economic war. Wen said that if China backs down now, it could trigger a wave of nationalism at home and seriously challenge Xi Jinping's legitimacy. So
Of course. Yeah, everybody thinks, like, again, these big totalitarian governments are houses of cards. And I think that people usually don't even realize it until after it's over.
Chinese government is probably trying to figure out how much of a hit they can take from these 100% tariffs and whether they can use domestic consumption or third-party markets to make up for the export losses. As long as things hold up inside China, they might just keep pushing through. On April 4th, Trump announced reciprocal tariffs on countries around the world. While roughly 70 countries rushed to negotiate and avoid damage to their own people, the Chinese...
This is the reason why. And this is going to be, again, this is the main reason why Trump can double down on China, is because everybody else roached out. Is like, if you have to deal with like over 70 other countries and China, it's a lot harder. Like, you think about like militarily.
Raid starting.
Got my damn SJ6. Yeah, I was. I only had LPSG. Had the good ammo for repacking. Yeah, I had the good ammo in my butt. Yeah, I had the good ammo. I just had help. Good, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Oh,
What up, dog?
so what do you want to play? Streets or Labyrinth?
I don't have the quest to Labyrinth, so I'm like a streets guy, anyways.
Yeah, I don't need any gear.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I got a kid already. Gotta quit it. Get it quick.
Alrighty. Let me grab some food really quick.
What's your name on it?
It's Turtle. Just Tuurtle.
Did the right one?
So was that you at the very beginning of the raid?
Yeah,
It
by
shot me through the fence a little bit, and
by
I totally
Expo.
woofed on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just literally ran and fucking hid in that little grassy knoll there. Heard you killing
I
Scab.
could have gone
Did-
the other way.
I was gonna run away too. You know. There it is. Oh my gosh.
The three of us will travel to some of the most highly active paranormal locations and spend an entire night being locked down from dusk until dawn. If this is the portal for hell, why don't you come up out of the well, I just extreme.
Start it whenever I'm ready to go. Low ground. There's demon infested ghosts.
And the criminal are now home to mysterious forces beneath the town's south bridge.
Mysterious forces. It's gonna look like I have some of your stuff on, but
Oh,
I actually just had a similar kit.
Really don't goose.
But I did take your backpack.
Don't even loot this wipe.
Oh, that's basically all I've been doing on streets is looting Concordia buildings.
I just hit the couple. I hit the marked rooms when I can.
Yeah. I didn't bring any marked keys with me.
I got them.
Got Concordia stuff, and I was actually gonna run over and do the what's it called? The Terra Group Armory.
Okay.
That's why I was running there. Like we were just running opposite directions.
Don't need to do that one.
No. It's just I loot that room for the ammo. There's always like SSAP and 855A1 and shit. And I'm only level like 29, so like I can't like really get that stuff anywhere else.
How many wipes have you done?
A lot. I've been playing this game for like 7 years. Yeah, I think I started at like wipe 11.6 or something like that. A long time ago.
Close to when I started. Around there.
It was like a little while before they added the map reserve.
Oh yeah? Okay, they definitely had reserve already.
Gotcha.
I played a demo way back in the day, like a couple scabs on woods.
Yeah.
They did like a free weekend or something like a long time ago. I came back to it years later. Playing DayZ at the time and checking it out.
Yeah, I play a lot of DayZ. Got like almost as many hours in DayZ. Probably like about the same, 4,500.
I'll be right back 2 minutes.
It always takes a while anyways.
Match found. Raid starting.
Okay, I'm back. You have a what? You have a quest or anything?
Nope. Yeah, I have to do the hold on, I can say this. The dancer room, the ballet dancers room.
Go this way?
Check. Yeah. Here, we can go back behind the gate here. Back here. And loot these boxes back here. I think it's a Concordia. I can chill out for a second. On 8 rounds of SSAP. Why are you tempting me like that?
I gotta see what you look like. Okay, you got my backpack. Black helmet. Mostly black.
Oh, shit. I just noticed I only brought 1 stack of ammo.
How many do you need?
That's 5.56. It's fine. Just
Find some.
put another stack in my butt.
I'm dropping some contact 5s at
I don't need them.
Boss mount.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go check out Concordia security office.
Good.
Might be some players down there waiting around. There's a scav in here or something.
Go down the stairs inside.
I went down the ramp.
Yeah, I'm gonna come down the door.
Yeah. I'm unlocking the door down here. It's me at the door. Ooh. Oh, MDR. You want this AUG? There's an AUG in here. Some suppressors and shit. Something's creeping. Oh, base gun. Scout, here. On your right. Got him. There's one farther down, like, I don't have a red dot. Still inside the room. You got him? Okay. Alright, let's go this way.
I didn't bring a splint. One sec. One here.
I've got one.
I'm already showing.
There's another one. I killed him. I'm just hitting this box over here. Pretty much a bunch of garbage. Alright. Do you want to loot any of the Concordia buildings?
No.
Alright, let's move on to what?
Through the grocery store?
Yeah, that's fine. Got the office key if you want that. I need to repack some baggage as well.
Got all the keys. Have in the courtyard.
Yeah. I heard him as well. You just run back?
No, I'm upstairs.
Oh, you ran upstairs.
Dude in the boss area there. I'm gonna go towards the grocery store.
I'm outside. I'm going to the grocery store.
Yeah.
Run through period over.
I don't know. Throw a grenade at that guy at the boss area.
You want a signal flare pistol?
Sorry, no, I'm good. Actually, yeah, I could. Is it green or red? Yeah, I'm in the office.
It's the pistol that
Oh, that's all good. You can keep it. Then get the computer.
Graphics card. Just
Oh, yeah?
What you got?
There.
Oh, ooh.
The DPU. Do you want to go to the jail or the march room?
I just
Go,
need to go
let's-
to ballet, dudes.
Right. Let's hit the March room and then we'll go there. Okay.
Alright.
Oh.
Good job.
Good, yeah.
Another scout was down there, but it's all good.
Cool, 44. You want to take his mutant? Here, you loot the rest.
All you?
I got a G28.
Shit, you had a nice helmet and shit. I think I heard somebody on wood inside.
In that window? No.
Soon you were talking to Chuck 13.
Yeah, we'll hit this one. Open. That guy might have just went. I bet you he was just there. Because he had that G28, he probably found it there.
Yeah, and then AUG on him.
No, I threw the AUG, that was the one I threw.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Sam. I have the key, by the way.
You have it?
Yeah.
If I do or not, I might not. I closed the doors behind us, just so you know.
What was the rest of the task?
Just come in here, I think. Is it the one where you gotta find the guitar pick, or?
I think it was just coming here, but I'll checking. Yeah, no, just extract from after this.
Oh, I fucking should have collateraled this. I get them? The two sniper scabs, they lined their heads up and I shot. Should have got them both. I did. Looked like one of them went prone. Oh well, anyway, one of them's dead.
I put this guy's helmet on. The Flux helmet. Hey, did you want a Death Shadow mask?
You wearing one?
Yeah, here.
Okay.
Take this one.
You want to dump on the BTR?
Uh-oh. I actually can't reach my fucking mouse. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, I actually put it in a great spot.
Okay, here, take this one. I'll take the BTR? Or do you... Yeah, we'll take it over to sewer and then hit the other marker. Where'd I put mine at? I don't know if the boss is up or not. We might have to swing wide here. Oh, Scav left. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the boss is up. I'll go the far side.
Скоро начнем движение.
I'm gonna provide cover fire. Fuck it. I'm gonna pay for the ride.
Yeah, I did already.
Alright, sweet. Shot something.
Высаживайся. Вражеская активности нет.
Is that our extract?
No, this is sewer, the train. We can get out here, yeah.
You wanna get out?
Yeah.
Getting out. Getting out.
So might as well go for ammo here. This is the best place for ammo in the game, I think.
Maybe I'll learn something here. I don't know where we're going here.
This is MBD.
I'm afraid of falling into...
Careful, the colon tie can spawn in here.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking call me a new
But-
asshole before.
Yeah, no, you can hear them if they're here. It's they're not here. Down in that bowl with the chairs around it, can be a Bitcoin in there.
No Bitcoin. No nothing.
In here. Locked room, it's an MVD key.
Oh, I've had that key like so many times and sold it.
Check the ammo on the floor. It's like fucking... Go have a look. So on the printer shelf, there can be a Bitcoin too in there. Right, like right here on the printer tray. All over in the ground, in these jackets. Boxes.
Yeah, there was a box of 55A1. You want to split it?
I got tons of... the only good high pen ammo that I have.
I have lots of SSAP 995 5A1, but not like lots. Like
Yeah, I haven't done any of the quests that unlock any of the good ammo yet, so pretty limited. There can be also a Bitcoin spawn on his hand, right where that Veritas pick is. By his hand on the floor.
yeah, got a grizzly.
Head for the bank.
We have this extract over? Yeah, we've got sewer.
Let's take the. Let's go get the other marked room.
Yeah, I'm done. Same after that. Yeah, unless you've got the hive key.
I think so.
That thing's kind of booty.
Here, I'll unlock downstairs and then I'll go upstairs. This one. Where are you from?
Washington.
Yeah, I'm in Canada. I'm in D.C.
Oh yeah, I've got a buddy in hold on, Newfoundland.
But which Washington? You're Washington State?
Yeah.
Yeah, Newfoundland's on the other side.
Oh, you're like, yeah, BC. Okay.
I'm right above you.
I'm to Vancouver Island.
You're Vancouver. No graphics cards upstairs. Wait, I got. Go this way. Need any like specific hideout items or?
Yes, I need the master tool set really fucking bad. I just need one of them.
Seen any yet?
Like the bright blue one.
Blue one, yeah.
Where'd you go back out and to the left?
Yeah, the pub. Sometimes good ammo spawns in here. Seemed like they nerfed some of the good ammo lately. Since the Labyrinth came out.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I've noticed that end of the Terracon Farmery. It's a little lacking compared to what it was.
Where was that? Was that in front of us?
I don't really know.
Yeah.
It's over the
It's over by, yeah, like real estate kind of.
Yeah.
Hit him right out this window, maybe. The poster here, right here on the docs case.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Hell yeah. I'm spacing my dogs case. I'm not intelligence for doing it, maybe. That's fine. Figure it out.
Okay, I'll take the post. Did you drop it? Yep, did you?
Huh?
Got it? Okay.
Yeah, it's in my backpack. Yeah.
Get that box there. Sometimes master ships on the ground right here.
Ah, it's PGW.
Oh, I heard something.
Something downstairs?
Yeah. Probably just
Yeah, I heard him want him Suko.
Shit. Fucking hiding behind the window frame, like the one in the middle. Could have probably shot through it, but sometimes you get master tools in here on the rubber.
It's opened. There's drop guns in there and shit. Yeah, I emptied out the fucking ammo.
Like 2 raids ago, I found a red keycard right here on these books. Like on this shelf right here.
Okay, so here I need to fucking drop some shit so I can. And a labs key card. Do you want a labs key card?
Oh. Yeah, I found a red keycard and it was somebody else opened the door. And they missed it, yeah.
That's something I would do, dude. I do not know, like, all the places to look.
Basically on the bookshelf here. And they could be on the ground or on the circle.
Damn, got the poster in my butt. Hell yeah.
So we have Damage House, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Sewer River. Okay.
Then we have Sewer River, yeah.
We don't have Damage House.
Oh, I figured. I assumed.
Do you need a LEDX?
No, I've got a couple.
Still closed.
Whoa. Oh, it's just cabbage, maybe? Caboner?
Come hit the room.
Oh, shit.
I like to leave it open when I'm in here because then it looks like,
Yeah, it looks like somebody already handed it.
yeah. Because if you leave it closed, then they come and check the door. Last place we could check for your master toolkit is in the cinema. How bad do you want the master tool set?
It's not that big a deal. I can just find it on a scav raid. Let's get out of here. I'm not that greedy. I don't think we'll find one in the cinema. I've got a bunch of shit on me. I've got an MDR. I've got a mutant.
Oh, ahead of us. I hit him. I don't know. I saw blood. Oh, he's on the airdrop right there. Oh. I think I killed him.
No, I hear him. I hear him down there. He's jumping around.
I hit him some more. He's in the back by the extract. It's a scav. Bro, you're in our extract.
How many more nades? That's a good one. Still alive.
Bro, you're in our extract, bro. Got him.
Good job, good job. Sorry, I was trying to keep up with you, but my stamina was all slow with my backpack. I should have took mine off like you. Let's go. Let's just go.
Okay.
I'll cover you.
Shit, there's so much stuff. Oh, it's the ammo and shit.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you're getting some shit. You let me get a lot of good shit.
Get more guns. One of those fucking
Yeah, I'm
box
completely
mags.
like an M60.
Yeah, I just took the mag.
Oh yeah.
There's a AA-12 shotgun in there if you want that.
I fucking hate shotguns. Taking that one. Especially that one. Actually, that one's trash. The Saiga, sick.
The shotguns are terrible this wipe. We're never gonna be able to loot that guy.
Nope, nope, nope. I couldn't.
Good raid, good raid.
Yeah. GG.
Yeah, the labyrinth on solo is fucking what I've been doing. 5%.
Yeah, it looks fun as fuck. I've been meaning to do the quests, but haven't been able to get on that much.
No insurance down there. It's fucking dump money.
Yeah.
You
I
like-
was wondering if it's like that. Like if you drop your
Like la-
kit for insurance. Yeah, it's like labs.
So, like, need like $750,000 kit to get
It's like everybody's running Vals now down there. It's like with like SP6 and shit.
Problem is I was running out of ammo. Oh, guys.
Yeah, I bet.
And if you bring a 60, ammo's fuck.
Well, I better get to bed.
Alright, man. Good playing with you. Hop on sometime and raid again.
Hell yeah, man. Likewise. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Talk to you later.
Peace.
Was he a part of the CIA's top secret MK Ultra program? I'll be honest, I didn't know a ton about Charles Manson. I'd obviously seen some interviews of this crazy guy in court, but after Tom O'Neill's book Chaos became a Netflix series, I have become absolutely captivated. So I wanted to do a deep dive just to learn the history of this infamous and evil man. And yes, we get to the bottom of this MK Ultra thing. It is all very, very strange. So if you are interested in stories of the weird, the evil, and the bizarre, this episode is for you. So sit back, be like the wind, and welcome to camp. What's up, people, and welcome back to camp. Yes, today we're talking about the infamous Charles Manson. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Mark Gagnon, and welcome to my beautiful tent. This is the show I've, affectionately called Tent Talks. I don't talk to an expert. I don't talk to some genius. I don't talk to some criminal, someone with a crazy life story. I talk to my dumbest friends. That's what I do. I explain the most interesting, fascinating topics from the internet to some of the dumbest people I know. But today, there are no dumb people. Well, except Christos. But Christos isn't dumb. He's just Greek. And you at home, you could be my dumb friend if you want to. Many of you are probably smarter than me, to be honest with you, though. I just happen to have access to Wikipedia. Today, we're going to be talking about Charles Manson. Obviously, there's a very popular Netflix series that is out called Chaos. It's not really a series, just an episode, based off of the book by Tom O'Neill, Chaos. It's a fascinating book analyzing the true story of Charles Manson. If truth is a thing, what is truth, right? As Pontius Pilate might say. Tom O'Neill basically dedicated 20 years of his life to doing research on one specific topic. It is the life of Charles Manson and how his upbringing, adolescence in the 60s was basically intersected with the CIA and their mind control experiments known as MK Ultra. At one point, this was a long-standing conspiracy theory that drove people on the internet crazy, but now it seems like it's been confirmed. The MK Ultra was a real program that went on. What the fruits of that program were, unsure. And Charles Manson was a part of it. There's also a lot of other crazy stuff with Charles Manson. He was like friends with the Beach Boys. He was like a musician. He murders people. He starts a cult. Like, it's like insane. The courtroom trials are like wild. There's a lot of stuff that I don't even know. A lot of the research for this specific episode has been done by my friend Zach, just a good old country boy, that put together some information for me that we are going to be learning together. Alrighty, Charles Manson. Now, before we jump into this, I also just want to point out a couple things. You can see here on my head, on my giant skull. I tried to buy a hat at a thrift store yesterday, and I tried on like 2 different hats. Just didn't fit my head. My head, it's a brand new clothing brand. You can come see me doing one and check out some tickets. A little bit. What did he do? He led a cult? What even is a cult, right? Let's see. I think he led a cult. Charles Manson, born on November 12th, 1934, in Cincinnati, Ohio, to a woman named Kathleen Maddox. Kathleen is not the most put together gal. She's 16 years old when she has him. She names him Charles Miles Manson. At first, she calls him No Name Maddox. That's right. She couldn't even be bothered to pick a name for her one and only boy. She's 16 years old. She's also not the most put together woman, as you can imagine. She's a mess. She's not baking cookies for young Chuck. She's out drinking, stealing stuff, running with shady guys. Yeah, there she is, Kathleen Maddox. Just all right. She's not bad looking. A wayward woman in her own right. She's not doing great. She's not a great mom. But a lot of people have bad moms and they don't become, psychopathic killers. And no one really knew who Charles Manson's dad was. Kathleen claims that it was some dude named Colonel Walker Scott. That's a crazy name. Colonel Walker Scott. Is that his first name, Colonel? Or is that like what, or is that like a status? I don't know. Walker Henderson Scott. From Omaha? Oh, no, he's from Kentucky.
Senior, so it means there's a junior.
But there's not a third. That would be Charles Manson. Right. And apparently he's just like a random laborer that she met. You know, he was laying down bricks and he popped a brick in there and we got Charles Manson. And this guy's long gone. He's out of here. Doesn't pay a cent. And there's even talk that she was, you know, a prostitute at some point. Allegedly. So it's a total mystery. No one really knows. Little Charles comes out into the world with no dad, a mom who's checked out, and a life that's already a dumpster fire from day one. So he's living in some, you know, crappy apartment in Ohio. Kathleen's chugging beers and hanging out with her latest boyfriend, and the story begins. Fast forward a bit. Kathleen is over it. She doesn't want this kid slowing her down. She's got big dreams, and Charles Manson is getting in the way. So she's passing him off to anyone who's going to take care of him. Grandma, aunt, whatever. And she's basically just being like, yeah, I'm not going to raise you at all. She's got her own problems. It's crazy. There's even a rumor that she once traded him to a waitress for beer. Yikes. Can we get a fact check on that? Look that up. That's a crazy, that's a crazy rumor. I mean, very sad. I mean, again, I don't want to sympathize with Charles Manson here, but this is a tough go of it for sure. So, yeah, he's getting traded around for a pitcher of beer. I mean, if you've ever been to a bar that sells beer by the pitcher, you know this is not even a good place to be traded. You know what I mean? Oh, wow. From Reddit. Charles Manson's mother once sold him to a waitress for a pitcher of beer. His uncle retrieved him some days later. Damn.
What?
Over 150 updates to Shopify.
Tiny optimizations.
Faster performance.
Seamless integration.
I mean, that's a tough look, right? I think that is kind of also like the story here a little bit. Like with every serial killer, there's probably like a parent that also deserves to get fucking thrown in jail forever.
Yep.
Right? Like again, I don't have any empathy for people that commit atrocious acts and murder people in cold blood. That's not good. And I don't like to get political on the show, but I'm going to stand on that. But furthermore, if also you raise a kid and you are severely negligent and you're trying to sell them for alcohol, you should probably also just get thrown at the bottom of prison.
Yes.
Right? Like what? Like this is crazy. So again, up until he starts doing bad stuff, I feel a little bad for old Chuck Manson, you know? And it gets worse. 1939, when Charles is 5, she decides to rob a gas station with her brother, Kathleen, that is. She's swinging a ketchup bottle like a baseball bat, and she gets caught. Typical, right? What do women know about hitting a baseball bat? If maybe the cashier was pitching underhand, she would have got a chance. But she gets caught, thrown into prison, and Charles is shipped to go see his aunt and uncle in Bel Air. And this is the beginning of a show called The Fresh Prince of Bel Air. I mean, imagine it wasn't Will Smith, but it was Charles Manson. I mean, that would be wild. No, he gets shipped to see his auntie and uncle in West Virginia. Very different version of that show.
Yeah.
Fresh Prince of West Virginia. His uncle is like a hardcore old school type dude who thinks that the kid is soft. He decides that old Charles Manson needs to get toughened up because he cries a lot. He makes Charles wear a dress to school in order to toughen him up, kind of like a Boy Named Sue situation.
How does that toughen him up?
Because it's like Boy Named Sue, Johnny Cash. You've heard the song. Have you?
I have not.
Oh, it's a great, I can't believe you've never heard it. Basically, you name your boy Sue.
Mm-hmm.
And because the dad's like, I wasn't able to be in the picture. The dad, I forget in the song why he couldn't be around. But dad was like, I can't be here to raise the kid, so I'm going to name him Sue. And so the kid goes his whole life being like, why did my dad name me Sue? I've been getting the shit kicked out of me. I've been getting beat up. I've been going through so much shit. And then he finally sees his dad, and he's like, why the fuck did you do that? And his dad's like, because I wasn't there to teach you how to be a man. So I gave you a hard name that was going to teach you to man up on your own.
Build your character?
Yeah.
Yikes.
It sounds good when it rhymes, all right? You make it sound like it's a way worse thing. Anyway, she gets out of jail after a couple years, and she links back up with her son, Charles. Kind of. She's still just like a disaster. She's dragging him through sketchy towns, crashing in cheap motels with her, friends, not clients. And maybe around like 8 or 9, he's watching her stumbling drunk, seeing the world through this blurry, angry lens, like in this, motel they're staying in. So he starts to steal small stuff at first, candy, coins, just to kind of feel like he has control over something. And then pretty soon it snowballs even worse. He's breaking the stores, stealing bikes, getting nabbed by the cops. And then this is where things take a dark turn. At 13, he lands in a reform school called the Gibalt School for Boys in Indiana. It's supposed to fix him, but it's more like just a jail cell. It's just like a holding cell for kids that are wayward. So now he's stuck in this school with a bunch of other angry, troubled kids and a bunch of strict rules that he can't stand. So after 10 months, he flees. He just runs away. He runs back to his mom, but she's just at this point like completely destitute. She looks at him and basically says like, hey, I can't even take care of my own life. I definitely can't take care of you, so I'm not your mom anymore. At 13, he escapes the school, goes back to his mom, and she's like, sorry. So now he's just homeless, sleeping in alleyways, stealing food. And then the system snags him again. He gets caught doing some other crime, gets picked up and then sent to the Indiana Boys School. Tougher, meaner, and locked down even more strictly. He's surrounded by bigger kids, rougher fights, and guards who are straight up just like abusing the children. He's small, barely 5'2", with these dark eyes, messy hair, but he's scrappy. He does this basically up until he's 17.
Also, are any of these the schools that he went, that Jeffrey Epstein also went to with,
Yeah, this is one of the things that I wanted to point out. So I don't know when in this entire saga, it's while he's young, he ends up getting sent to Omaha, Nebraska, where
as Nick Bryant told us, infamously, about the Franklin scandal that also occurred in Omaha, Nebraska, that allegedly, big alleged, because this is not confirmed, that they had connection to a place called Boys Town. And Boys Town back in that time was a hotbed of sexual abuse, allegedly, as some people might want to point out. I don't believe that. That's absurd. Not only does he have a terrible mother, but he's also being abused.
Oh, for sure.
Not that we're trying to make excuses for Charles Manson.
Up until the bad stuff he does, I feel bad for him.
Right.
But everyone has free will. Everyone has their own autonomy to do what they would like to do. So then, by 1951, Charles Manson breaks out again out of this facility that he's at in Indiana, steals a car, takes off with some buddies, and the feds find him having stolen a car, cross state lines. That's illegal. So now he's bouncing between these like juvenile detention centers, Virginia, Ohio. He's just going up all over, piling up more charges. By 1954, he's 20 years old, and he gets a little taste of parole. He's finally free. Okay, he's not under the tutelage of his abusive, drunk mom. He's no longer in these prison facilities. So he's like, you know what? I'm going to get my life together and just do the normal thing. All right. He marries a woman named Rosalie at 20 years old. He has a child, Charles Manson Jr., which is a tough name. Apparently that guy's still out there. He's like still rolling around the world with that name.
He never thought to change it?
I mean, he probably thought it,
Yeah.
But also I wonder if there's a point where like, it's kind of interesting. Like, because everyone you meet is like, oh, this is Charles Manson's kid. And then they meet you and you're like, yeah, my name's Charles Manson Jr. Oh, wow. He died in 1993.
Apparently.
Wow. How did he die? He shot himself. Whoa. Along a section of the eastern Colorado state line.
A rough life.
Dang. I mean, like some of these like just generational curses are just like so sad.
Yeah.
Like you just live your life and your dad is just a psycho serial killer cult leader, and then you have to deal with that, but he's doing it because his mom was a piece of... It's just like, whoa. So, spoiler alert. He has a kid, though. And had a kid. Oh, yeah. I guess, well, yeah, dude, that's right, because he died in like 2017.
Yeah.
Whoa. So, that's basically the story. He just lives a normal life and just has a good time. Psych. He's stealing cars, doing a bunch of crime, just being a psycho.
Who had the rougher life, Charles Manson or his son, would you say?
I would say I don't know. I don't know enough about his son's life. I don't know enough about Charles Manson's life, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm just reading about his mom being a piece of shit.
Right.
But I feel like his son has a tougher time because his dad is an actual serial killer psycho, whereas his mom is obviously abusive and evil, but...
It's hard for us to imagine.
She's a victim of her own circumstances as well, whereas like Charles Manson is like an actual deranged psychopath that is now also a dad.
Right.
Which is crazy. So yeah, that's
that's basically his life. At this point, he's got a kid, married, and then still committing crime. And then he gets jammed up again, back to prison. And the next 10 years of his life are basically just, you know, California, Washington, prison cells, prison cells, prison cells. And prison at this point is not even a punishment. He spent most of his life at this point in prison. You know, like he's just a prisoner. And then 1967, Charles Manson's 32. He spent 17 years, more than half of his life, in prison. No family, no school, just a rap sheet with a bunch of, you know, crimes on it. Short guy, wiry. What was his final height? Was he 5'2"? Like, by the time he, like, hit adulthood? He's got this crazy spark that apparently is, like, very captivating to people. Wow, he topped out at 5'2". So yeah, he's a short dude that spent most of his life in prison with, you know, degenerate parents. And now his kid, maybe it's actually good that he was in prison while his kid was young, because like I feel like it's better if your dad is Charles Manson that he's in prison and not raising you. I don't know. And yeah, he's got this intense kind of charm. This is how people have described it. He knows how to read a room, how to survive. 1967, he's paroled again, stepping into a world that's about to go nuts. The hippie explosion has begun. Drugs everywhere. He's got no cash. He's got no plan. But he's got the ability to survive and a psychotic brain that wants to just be in the mix. What's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick because you are a grown child. Yes, you're a giant man child and you just love stuff in your face and all the sugary cereals, the violent, gets married, let's get back to and let's get back to the show. So this guy at this point, 32 years of his life, he's a disaster, ditched his mom, bounced around, locked up, violent, gets married, has a kid, goes to prison, and is there for an entire decade. And then this is where it gets interesting. This is the first chapter where things start to take off. He goes to San Francisco in 1967. The streets are packed with, you know, hippies, a bunch of people rejecting the war, Vietnam's doing its thing, and all these people are like, hey, let's just love each other. And Manson is right in the middle of the whole thing. So he's in San Francisco, and now he's getting tangled up in the Hollywood web. That's all about fame, music, power. The air smells like bad weed and incense. There's a, you know, just a vibe of like freedom. Anything is possible. You can love whoever, you know. Drugs are flowing. LSD is on the streets. Big time. Weed is everywhere. People are smoking up a storm. And the city's alive with music, weird art. And into this chaos strolls a 32-year-old, freshly out of prison, Charles Manson. Looking like a scruffy little drifter, which just so happens to be the exact look that's popular at the time. You know, like if he got out of prison in like the 30s, they'd be like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? But he got out of prison at the time where looking like this is chill as hell. You know what I mean? Like he was like, you know, in the mix. He blended in perfectly. He's got a guitar on his shoulder and he's ready just to, you know, party it up, get to business. He's not just some square showing up in a suit. He's one of them, right? He's been locked up for a few years, so he's not clueless. He's got street smarts. He knows how to survive. He knows how to talk fast, how to charm, how to read people. And in this hippie paradise, he starts to preach. Not like some boring church guy. He's got this wild, crazy energy. He's spouting rants about love and the end of the world. He's on his guitar singing these little songs, and people actually stop and listen to him. And Manson doesn't just get like some, you know, he's not just some random street preacher for a long time. He starts pulling people in, especially young women. Yeah. And these are just young girls, runaways out in California, looking to make a new life for themselves. And, you know, maybe their parents kicked them out, or they're just sick of the, you know, this boring straight world and they want to go party and have a good time. And Manson sees him coming, and he's got this like creepy, manipulative ability to just prey on whatever it is that a person needs, whether it's love, a family, a purpose. He's able to manipulate and just turn himself into a chameleon for whatever it is that you're going through. So he meets you. He's telling you about the world, how things could be, how you are important, how you are special. And now he's building up this, basically like this connection, this network of people that are all seduced by his charm and his energy and his, you know, ability to make them feel good. Now, let's crank it up a little bit, right? Because this is where Hollywood comes into the mix. One day, Manson, hitching a ride, right? Typical hippie shit. And he's got his thumb out on the highway, and guess who picks him up? Dennis Wilson. You ever heard of that name?
No.
Infamously, the drummer from the Beach Boys. A great band, for the record. I never really got into the Beach Boys. Like, I obviously knew, like, the classics, like, wouldn't it be nice? Like, those songs.
Right.
And I heard some of them. I actually listened to Pet Sounds front to back recently. Unbelievable. Amazing album. One of the best. My buddy David Sanchez put me onto him. And, yeah, I'm a little late. I mean, probably 65, 70 years too late. But, dude, they're good. They're very, very good. Bad at discerning, though. They have an inability to understand if people are demented, psychotic, killers. So this guy, Dennis Wilson, picks up Charles Manson. And, Dennis, at this point, he's a star. He's living in this beautiful house in the Pacific Palisades. He's partying with this cool crowd. And he digs Manson's vibe. He meets this guy, and he's like, yo, this guy, Charles Manson, he's an interesting dude. Dennis hears him play the guitar, listens to some of his, like, freaky songs, and he's like, yo, this guy is wild. And so what does he do? He invites Manson and his whole ragtag crew of, random women to crash his place. And Dennis isn't just being nice, all right? He's into this entire counterculture thing, right? He's into very much like the hippie freedom movement, drugs, free love, weird music. And Charles Manson is him. He's all of those things at that time. Charles Manson is doing drugs. He's into the weird love. Like, he's completely like epitomizes the time. So as a result, him and Dennis Wilson become buddies. They hit it off. And Manson's strumming tunes, dropping his wild rants, and Dennis is just kind of, on drugs, just nodding off like, yo, this guy gets it. The Beach Boys even recorded one of Manson's songs, Cease to Exist, though they tweak it into, quote, never learn not to love, and they slap their name on it. Crazy. Manson's pissed about that. He wants the credit, but for a minute, he's in the game. So the Beach Boys are literally biting Manson's tracks. Manson has music out there. You ever heard it?
Yeah, we've played some.
Oh, yeah. Who did we play it?
Joey Avery.
Oh, is that what it was? Yeah. Shocking. Or maybe it was with Christoph and Luke.
Oh, it was.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Unfortunately, kind of a hit. This is where it gets even weirder, all right? Dennis Wilson introduces Manson to Terry Melcher, this, like, hotshot music producer guy who's a big deal. Terry, he's the son of Doris Day, if you ever heard of that name, the super famous actress from a bunch of old movies. I don't know anything about her. I've heard the name Doris Day before. But this guy, Terry, he's got connections all over Hollywood. He's produced hits for the Byrds, works with a bunch of big names. He's got a house on, straight out of, like, just like a Hollywood magazine, like a huge mansion. So Dennis brings Manson to Terry saying, yo, check this guy out. Terry's curious, meets Manson, hears his music, sees this weird little, like, following of people around him. And he's not like, yes, but he's also not no. He's kind of just like, all right, this is interesting. And Manson is on 10. He's, like, absolutely stoked. He's like, yo, this is my moment. This is my shot at fame. Suddenly, Manson's not just a San Francisco oddball. He's brushing elbows with, top-tier Hollywood elite. Like, I mean, if you're tight with the Beach Boys, like, that's, as far as being in America, like, it's like the Beatles, the Beach Boys, like, it's, like, you arrived. He's chilling at Dennis Wilson's place, partying with, like, the who's who of Hollywood. And the crew's growing, because you can imagine this guy who's, like, crazy, charming, psycho, but also connected to really powerful people. Women are going to be down for that. Susan Atkins, Lynette Squeaky Fromm, Patricia Krenwinkel. They're all in deep, calling him Charlie, like he's their savior. They're living in this weird bubble, crashing at Dennis's mansion, eating his food, driving his cars. Dennis spends a fortune, some estimate even $100,000, just keeping them around, buying drugs, and fixing the chaos that they leave behind. But Manson's not just chasing fame. He wants power. These girls are following him, all right? But they're not just fans. They are hooked. He is their drug. He's using everything he's got, sex, drugs, these rants, to, like, twist their minds. He's manipulating them. He'll sit them down and look into their eyes and, like, spin these stories about how society's crumbling and everything's falling apart. But you know who has the answers? Charlie. He's dosing them with LSD, getting them high, breaking them down until they're basically doing everything that he says. He's basically mind controlling them with LSD. Sound familiar? We'll get to that in a second. So he's talking about love and peace and how everything is, freedom. And then at the same time, he's controlling these people that are, following him, and his acolytes, so to speak. So Susan Atkins, for example, who's this girl? 19-year-old runaway. She's, beautiful. Let's get a picture of Susan Atkins. But she's, lost. She's a drifter, kind of figuring out life. She's dancing at some Haight-Ashbury gig when he spots her, pulls her in with that, terrifying, creepy stare. And within days, she's a part of the family, as he starts calling them. Or Lynette Fromm. She's 18, kicked out by her dad, sitting on a curb when Manson walks up, starts chatting with her, and then boom, there she goes. Oh, there they go. The Manson girls, the family. I mean, so bizarre. Like, oh, wow, she died pretty recently. Wow. I mean, yeah, her whole story is going to get a lot darker, as we will find out. So, yeah, this girl, Lynette, she's sitting on the curb, and all of a sudden, boom, Manson comes up and says, hey, I will give you a shot at a new family. Your family hates you. I'm your dad now. Don't worry. You will get all the love you need. And he's got this charming gift where he can just get people to believe him, to jump on board, and to, go on his mission. And he finds the lonely ones. He's not going for people that have, a bunch of connections, da-da-da. He's not going to try to bring in some, crazy person into his, cult, like some super famous whatever. He's trying to find people that are wayward, that have, broken homes, and turn them into, his soldiers. And how is he doing it? He's just that smooth, right?
Where did he learn all these social skills? I mean, he was in prison for most of his life.
Christos, I'm glad you bring that up. Some people will say, oh, yeah, he was just in prison. He had to grow up fast. He was kicked out of his house when he was 10 years old. So, of course, he's going to learn how to survive. He's going to learn how to be crafty. He's going to learn how to make it. This guy is a survivor because it is sink or swim.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe there's a conspiracy afoot. Some people have suggested that Manson's Hollywood big break wasn't some accident, right? Just think about it, right? He's fresh out of prison. He's got no money, no skills, and within a couple weeks, he's partying with one of the biggest musicians of all time. It's kind of a fast climb. That's a fast ascent, right? Some people say a little too fast. Manson's parole officer barely checks in on him. He's breaking rules left and right. He's doing drugs. He's partying all the time, and nobody takes him back to prison. Maybe he was allowed to run wild. Maybe his parole officer was told, hey, just lay low. Let him do his thing. So this is just a theory, all right? This is just a conspiracy. Not one that I necessarily believe. This is just a theory out there that we could explore. That someone, maybe someone big, was pulling the strings. Maybe they saw Manson as a tool, a way to mess with the hippie movement, to test something shady. Yeah. Interesting. Just think about it, right? Back to the story. Manson's riding high for a bit, right? He's got his family, about 20, maybe 25, 30 people at this point. They're typically, generally living off Dennis Wilson's generosity. They're this weird tribe of misfits that are all about Charlie's truth. They're preaching this mix of hippie love, but also doomsday vibes, saying that the world's going to end in a race war that he's calling Helter Skelter, inspired by the Beatles song. It's nuts. But these people, like many cult members do, they buy in. He's got them chanting, sharing everything, food, clothes, even each other. That's right. Free love, baby. Christos, stop smiling, dude. I know you would join this cult in a second, you freaking perv. You little horn dog. But underneath it, it's all about control. He's sleeping with the women. He's pairing them up with each other. He's keeping them loyal. If they step out of line, he's not above smacking them around either. This guy's he's got a little bit of an abusive streak, all right? This whole free love thing, this whole peace and flowers, nope. It is a full-blown cult. And it starts to become an issue. Dennis Wilson, Beach Boys drummer, he's getting tired of the mess. His house is trashed. His money is slowly leaking out. And Manson is getting pushy about that music career that Dennis, kind of teed him up with. Dennis tries to distance himself, but Manson is not letting it go easy. Remember Terry Melker, that guy, Doris Day's son? That's a bust. He listens to some of Manson's tapes, and he visits them at this creepy ranch that they moved into called Span Ranch. And he's just like, it's just not good enough. You're not where we need you to be. Terry's just like, not my thing. And he bounces. Manson obviously takes that super well. Psych. He's pissed, and he thinks that he's been promised fame, and now it's slipping away, just like everything else in his life. It is gone in an instant.
You know that slot that pops up in your day that's just not enough time to get anything done? I've found the secret to make the most.
Span Ranch. That is the creepy old ranch where, you know, the whole cult really takes shape. It's this old movie set in the desert. It's falling apart. And it's perfect for a psychotic crew of, you know, misfits and drifters to go live. They're living rough. It's not great. It's not Dennis Wilson's mansion. They're sleeping in shacks, scavenging food. But they've got each other. They're running group sessions now. These like trippy, like drug-fueled talks where he's like, you know, explaining to them like the truth about the universe. And just the whole time he's breaking them down psychologically more and more and more. He'll, you know, dose them with acid, playing mind games, telling them that they're special, and that if they're feeling the effects, that's you know, it's because they're chosen. You also got to also understand, like at this point, people are not doing psychedelics that regularly. Like obviously in the 60s, like if you're in California, you can get them. But like a lot of these people are coming from, you know, middle of the country where they're not doing drugs, and all of a sudden they're hanging out with this guy having the most insane mind-bending experiences they've ever had in their life. He's tying in like Bible verses with Beatles lyrics, the Helter Skelter thing about chaos and blood. The girls are literally calling him Jesus or Satan, depending on the day. And yeah, this guy, he's, while, you know, putting all these people into this psychotic cult, he's sharper than ever. He's building a very serious, you know, death family, for lack of a better word. And up until this point, we've seen Charles Manson from this, you know, messed up childhood to this Hollywood hustle. And now here's the part that made him infamous. And, you know, in a pretty disgusting, terrible way. I didn't even realize how messed up this whole thing was. I saw a picture on Reddit of, you know, the Tate household. And I was like, holy shit, this is crazy. August 1969, you're in Los Angeles, the city of sunshine, movie stars. Everyone's got a dream. But there's something dark brewing in the hills. Manson's been out of prison for a couple years. He's built his little family out on Span Ranch. He's got his crew, you know, the girls like Susan Atkins, Krenwinkel, Leslie Van Houten, and a tough guy named Tex Watson, all brainwashed, all on drugs, all extremely loyal. And they're eating rough. They're living rough. They're eating scraps, doing drugs all the time, listening to Charlie ramble about the end of the world, you know, normal 60s, 70s hippie stuff. And one day, Charlie gets this idea called Helter Skelter, where he says that there's a race war coming, black people versus white people, and he's going to lead out the survivors. I'm assuming he's on the white side, if I had to guess. Why is it always black versus white? It's like such an American thing. Why can't we get Asian versus Mexican? You know? That would be a battle for the ages. I'd watch that one. I would do a pay-per-view for that. But yeah, Charles Manson, he is he's going to lead the winners, the survivors out of this race war. So August 8th, 1969, there's a fancy street in Benedict Canyon where there's a bunch of beautiful houses, all modern, tucked into the hills. And there's a woman named Sharon Tate, beautiful actress. She's 8 months pregnant. She's 26. Wow, I did not realize she was so young. And she's a rising star married to Roman Polanski, the big shot director, who I will say nothing else about, who has no other tattered history. Wow, she was beautiful.
It's a piece.
Wow. She's 26. That is so sad.
And Margot Robbie plays her in some movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's actually good casting. But yeah, she's beautiful. Wow, that's so sad. I didn't realize. And she was married to Roman Polanski.
It's crazy, huh?
Isn't Roman Polanski in France right now?
Yep. And why is he in France?
Because America's too strict.
Mm-hmm.
And he can't do what he wants.
Some would say justifiably strict on that matter, but yeah.
I mean, that's what Roman would say. Roman would say that this is there's not enough freedom here in America. But yeah, what's the deal? Allegedly, he's a PDF.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn.
All I know him from is from this movie, The Pianist.
That's right. Well, I feel like he's like, everyone's like, oh, he's this legendary actor or legendary director. Oh, he's the most legendary director.
Had one hit.
Right? How good of a movie is it?
You know what? Roman Polanski movies. Let's check it out.
Mm-hmm. I think this is a worthwhile tangent. Oh, he's still making movies.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
But I don't know any of these.
Wow. I mean, I can't imagine that they're getting major distribution. The Pianist, right? Pirates? He made a pirate film?
Oh, he made Chinatown.
Is Chinatown, that's popular?
It's a really good neo-noir, yeah.
Oh, wow. Macbeth. Oh, he did Rosemary's Baby. I've heard this.
Domestic investors are experiencing
Looking for clarity on where to invest?
I don't know. I did see an interview recently where Roman Polanski's like, look, I like young women.
That's crazy.
I like young women. That's all men like young women. And yeah, he fled to France after being convicted.
I don't think he got a chance to be convicted.
He just fled before he was found innocent.
Let's check.
Is what you were gonna say? Yeah, well, I'd be curious to know. That's I did not realize she was married to Roman Polanski. I don't know why that changes this for me. Like I don't know. Like it just adds like layers.
I think it makes it more real.
It adds layers of like very twisted, disturbed ness. Basically, she's there August 8th. With she's married to Roman Polanski. She's there with her friends, Jay Sebring, a hairstylist, Abigail Folger, yes, the coffee heiress, and then Wojciech Frykowski, who's a writer. She's also there. There's also an 18-year-old kid, Stephen Parent, just leaving after visiting the caretaker. It's a chill night. She's sipping tea, chatting, and then there's something sinister outside. Manson's not there himself. He's back at the ranch calling the shots. He's told Tex Watson and the girls, Susan Patricia and Linda Kazabian, to go to that house and destroy everyone in it. What the hell? He's mad about Terry Melcher, the producer who snubbed his music dreams. Melcher used to live at 1050 Celio Drive, but he's moved out. What? That's crazy. I did not know that it was a mistake. He wanted to get his get back at Terry Melcher for turning down his music career. But instead, he sent people to the address, but the Tates had moved in.
Oh.
That's crazy. And this is going to kick off the Helter Skelter vision. So around midnight, Tex and the girls roll up in a beat-up car. Linda's the lookout. The others grab a bunch of weapons, and these four hippies creep up the driveway to unleash hell. Tex cuts the phone lines first so no one can call for help. Ugh. Then here comes Stephen Parents in the car, about to drive off when Tex spots him and shoots him. He dies. That's the first person to die. Then he climbs over the gate, sneaks in the property, gets in the house. They have no idea what's coming. He busts in, says, "I'm the devil, here to do the devil's business." Jay Sebring, startled but protective, steps forward, trying to shield Sharon Tate. Tex doesn't hesitate, swings the gun like a club, hits him in the face, breaks his nose, starts shooting everyone. People try to escape. It's just absolute mayhem. They push past the attacker, scrambling to the back door. Susan Atkins and Patricia Krenwinkel are on them in seconds. Wojciech wrestles with Susan, breaking free lineups to make it to the front door. He stumbles on the lawn, and then Tex shoots him. He dies. Oh my goodness, he's stabbed a bunch of times and left. I mean, this is like so brutal.
51 times.
Yeah, this is crazy. Abigail makes it farther, nearly reaching the pool. She then gets stabbed a bunch of times. Sharon Tate is inside. I mean, oh my goodness, this is like, they just murder everyone in the house. They wash off the blood, ditch their clothes, head back to Span Ranch. Linda's freaking out because she didn't kill anyone. She just saw what happened. And Tex and the girls are all like high off the experience. Manson's waiting. He asks how it went, and he wants to know all the details. He's cool with it, and he says that it's the start of Helter Skelter, the war that he's been preaching about. The very next night, they strike again. This time, it's a house in Los Feliz. I wonder, I mean, if he thought that he was trying to get Melcher, if he knew that he didn't get him, and like if he just didn't care, or maybe he didn't know because like the people were like, yeah, we killed like, you know, 2 girls and a guy, and he was like, all right, that's probably them. That's good enough.
Right.
Like, I wonder if he was just like, all right, who cares? Next time, the next night, house in Los Feliz, quieter part of L.A. Leno and Rosemary LaBianca live there, just regular folks, not movie stars. Leno is a grocery store owner. Rosemary runs a dress shop. They're in bed when Manson shows up himself this time, not to kill, but to set it up. He creeps in with Tex. They tie up the people, and they tell him it's just a robbery. Then he leaves, telling Tex, Susan, Patricia to finish it. Ugh. I mean, this is crazy. They kill them. They write a bunch of like messages all over the fridge and all over the walls. Then they shower, eat some watermelon from the kitchen, and then bounce. 2 nights later, 7 are dead, and LA is about to lose its mind. I mean, this is crazy. It also makes you wonder, like, how do you get people to murder for you? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of an interesting question. Like, you get these people that are like wayward drifters, sure, but you get them into your cult and then you get them to kill for you? I mean, that's like insane. So now the news has hit all the newspapers, okay? Like, one of the most famous actresses in the world is now dead. And there's a headline saying that there's a ritual slaying, there's this hippie cult. They see, you know, these words written on the door, pig. Then there's the La Bianca place. There's the same thing, more crazy writings, and people are freaking out. They lock their doors. People are buying guns. They start seeing hippies on the street, and people are trying to connect the dots. They don't know. They don't have a lead. And like Charles Manson is obviously like, you know, connected to some famous people, or at least he was. So he's not like a household name. So like people just don't know what's going on. And this is where it gets weird. So Manson is this whole time talking about helter skelter, this apocalyptic race war where black people rise up, they kill white people, and then Manson's crew is going to hide out in the desert until it's over. Then he claims that he'll take over the chaos. He ties it in with the Beatles' White Album, saying that Piggies and Revolution 9 was a secret code telling him to spark it. They think that murdering these rich white folks and leaving bloody messages are enough to light the fuse. So the aftermath of these horrific murders are a mess. Cops are stumped. There's no fingerprints. There's no motive. Like these two random groups of people that literally have nothing to do with each other. The family, you know, Manson and his gang, they're sloppy. Linda Kasabian spills everything to a cellmate after getting nabbed for something that had nothing to do with the murders. Susan Atkins brags in jail, telling some hippie chick every detail. And then by December 1969, the word has spread and the net was closing in on Manson, Tex, and the girls. They all eventually get scooped up. And the trial is just insane. I bet you it's probably one of the first, like, you know, like newsworthy trials that becomes like a sensation. If I had to bet, that's probably one of the first ones. You know, shaved heads. He's got a swastika carved on his forehead. He's ranting like this mad prophet. They eventually get convicted in 1971. Everyone gets life sentences. And, you know, LA is able to kind of chill and breathe again, still reeling from the, you know, the brutal murders that happened just a few years before.
The world is changing and we need to adapt. I have a bit of innovation fatigue. The word innovation is a buzzword.
If you're not actually innovating, if you're not thinking more critically, if you're not thinking through complex problems, then yeah, it's a buzzword.
I always put forward the problem. It's a problem statement. Actually,
2 nights, 7 people died. Sharon Tate, you know, her friends, the La Biancas, all because Manson said, do it. Manson didn't hold the knife, didn't kill anyone directly, but he's the name that we remember. Why? Because he was able to turn these lost kids into killers with nothing but his voice, you know, some messages, some charm, and maybe some drugs. And the helter-skelter thing is wild. Like, I don't know if he believed it. I don't know if it was something that he actually thought was going to happen. Maybe it was a lie. Maybe it was, you know, given to him, perhaps, to discredit the hippie movement and the anti-war movement. But whatever it was, it worked, and these people bought in, and they ended up killing a bunch of innocent folks. And this is where it gets a little weirder, okay? And this is where some of the Tom O'Neill stuff comes into play. MK Ultra, all right? So we've talked about, you know, his messed up childhood, the Hollywood stuff, the murders, the trials. But now here's the kind of the back door, some of the conspiratorial stuff. Again, not necessarily that I believe this. This has just been compiled in what people are saying on the net. So, is it possible that the government turned Charles Manson into a weapon that then spun out of control? Yeah. MK Ultra, secret experiments, and, you know, this creepy connection that just might change how you see this whole saga. So, let's go back a little bit, right, to 1967. Manson is fresh out of prison. He's in San Francisco as the hippie scene is exploding, right? We talked about this. He's 32. He's got this, you know, scruffy. He's got his guitar. It's a summer of love. But here's a crazy thing that happens. There's a program called MK Ultra. This is a legit CIA program that ran from the 50s into the 60s. And if you're watching this, there's a good chance you've probably heard that before, right? This wasn't some like noble spy mission. This was like the weird, rogue, freaky CIA shit that they were doing back in the day, and definitely not anymore. The CIA wanted to figure out how to control people's minds, full-on brainwashing. And they were doing this through, LSD tests, hypnosis, electric shock, even torture on a bunch of different people, prisoners, soldiers, regular people that didn't know what was going on. And this might sound crazy, but this is all documented. There are, declassified files. There's lawsuits. There's a movie by Errol Morris called Wormwood that I think talks about some of this stuff. But coincidentally, Errol Morris also does this movie Chaos on Netflix about Manson. And so what does this matter for Manson? Why is this connection interesting? Because he's walking to the city where this stuff was still bubbling under the surface. The CIA had been at it for years, starting in '53 when they greenlit MKUltra to fight the Cold War, worried that the Soviets were already brainwashing people. They dosed hundreds, potentially even thousands of people with acid, sometimes without even telling them, trying to see if they could erase their memories and plant ideas and essentially turn people into like robots. They worked with doctors, scientists. I'm pretty sure this is again just another conspiracy tangent. They worked with this guy named Jolly West, who infamously was the doctor that saw Jack Ruby while he was in prison. Jack Ruby infamously killed Lee Harvey Oswald, who infamously killed John F. Kennedy. And this guy was like a known on-the-record doctor that worked within the MKUltra program. And they were setting up these MKUltra systems all over San Francisco, New York, LA. And by the 1960s, the program was officially winding down. Or so they say. What's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick because I'm sitting here in my beautiful tent, as you can see, every week, day in, day out. And people always ask, they say, Mark, how do I.com for more details in a life? There's no way, but maybe. He'd be a great guest. Just said it. That is Louis Jolly West. .com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast. All right, now let's get after it and let's get back to the show. Let's go a little closer, all right? The Haight-Ashbury district is the hippie capital. You have flowers, peace signs, free love, but it's also the petri dish for all the CIA stuff, right? One of the names that keeps popping up, I just said it. That is Louis Jolly West. This guy is a big-time psychiatrist, the master of mind control, and he's neck deep in all the MKUltra stuff. He's the dude who you'd put in like a creepy movie. Like he's like a Severance type, right? Brilliant, he's charming, but he's got like this dark side. And he ran experiments dosing people with LSD, studying how it broke them down. There he is, the old infamous Jolly West. I wonder if he's still alive. There's no way, but maybe. He'd be a great guest. We got to get him on the pod. And yeah, he would dose people with LSD to see how he would break them down. He even bragged once about giving an elephant 300 times a human dose of acid just to see what would happen. Whoa.
What happened?
The elephant. You know how they never forget? This one forgot.
This one forgot.
He also died.
Yikes.
The elephant, that is. And this is where it gets crazy. So West is working at the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic, where he spots, hippies coming in, trying to get help, whether they're, ODing, going through withdrawals, drugs, STDs. And guess who keeps on showing up at this clinic? A guy by the name of Charles Miles Manson. That's right, a.k.a. Charlie. He's out of prison. He's hooked on a bunch of drugs, and he's hanging with this crew of runaways, and he's a regular at this clinic. And maybe, it's just a coincidence that he's going to the same clinic that this guy that's very connected to all the MKUltra programs is also working out of. But also you got to think about it, right? Manson's got no job, no money, and he's just got a rap sheet. And all of a sudden he's connected with this guy, Jolly West, who spent years trying to figure out how to work minds with LSD and hypnosis. So Manson is at the clinic, maybe he's there just, working, trying to, get it, some testing for an STD or something. He's already tripping on LSD all the time. It's everywhere in 67, right? He's dosing himself, dosing his followers. And then he gets this spooky talent for getting inside people's heads. Prison teaches him some tricks, sure, how to read people, how to survive. But the family is next level. He's like teaching people how to become killers. Some folks, like the writer I mentioned before, Tom O'Neill, He's dug into this for 20 years. He was assigned the story like back in the 90s to like look into it, and didn't turn in the story on time, and then spent the next 2 decades working on this book called Chaos that came out in 2019. And he says that Manson would have been the perfect lab rat for MK Ultra, right? The CIA has this guy. He's unstable. He's desperate. He's already a criminal. He's loose in San Francisco. So maybe you could hook him up with some acid, you know? Maybe you could get him a line to, you know, get more drugs if he needs them. Maybe you could, you know, tell his parole officer to kind of chill and not, you know, be on his case and get him back in prison. And why would you want to do this? Well, the hippie movement by, you know, 1967 is massive. Millions of kids tuning in, dropping out, and freaking out the government. Again, the hippie movement is like deeply tied with the anti-war movement, which is not great. Can you look up a quote about how they're going to use, what was it, like to discredit black people and hippies? Okay, we have the quote. Basically, you have this guy, what's his name, Ehrlichman? Yeah, John Ehrlichman. He is the domestic policy chief for Nixon. And he says this in an interview. The Nixon campaign in 68 and the Nixon White House after that had 2 enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana, the blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did.
Wow.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
So let's say you're trying to create an agent provocateur within the hippie movement, and you already are doing these MK Ultra, you know, tests where you're giving people acid to see how it's affecting their psyche. And then you meet these drifters that are coming into, you know, your clinic. And Jolly West is there, right? And he's connected with the CIA. And there's other doctors that are there that are tied to CIA projects. And, you know, they have a penchant for dosing people with LSD. And then Manson's popping in and out, and he's with these girls, and he's got, you know, this collection of people, and he seems pretty smart, and he's pretty sharp, and he's able to get people to follow him. Is it possible that that guy could be, you know, a potential subject to discredit the hippie movement?
It's interesting that he got drugged, allegedly by the CIA, and then went and did the same thing to other unsuspecting people.
Right. If MK Ultra was done to turn soldiers into puppets to create like the super soldier, he basically turned his followers, random drifters that came from, you know, some random town, into murderers.
Yeah.
Like, you have to be a certain level of psychotic to go murder for no reason. Like, if someone does something bad to you, steals all your money, kills someone in your family, and you go murder them, it's like, okay, I think a lot of people could get to that level. Maybe 35, 40% of the population. If some random guy tells you, hey, go kill random people, innocent women, pregnant, like the most like vulnerable people in a society, you have to be mentally deranged to do that.
Yeah.
Just on someone's request, like to risk your entire life and freedom. Like, I guess you have to just be so bought into the ideology, or personally deranged, or both. So it seems like he was able to use whatever he learned if he was a part of these MK Ultra experiments. And, you know, Manson is popping in and out. Potentially he, you know, uses what he learned while he was, you know, doing these sessions, goes to Span Ranch and teaches them the way that he was taught these MK Ultra tactics. All right, here's a freaky little detail. Manson's parole officer, this guy Roger Smith, worked at the same clinic. Smith's not just a parole guy, he got a PhD, studied violence, and was a part of a federal project on drug rehab. He's supposed to keep Manson in line, but Charles breaking rules left and right, living with a harem, stealing cars, and tripping on acid, and Smith's reports are like, nah, he's a good guy. He's fine. Nothing to see here. He's good. Some people allege that Smith was in on it. Maybe, you know, reporting back to someone higher, maybe even watching Manson from afar. So, Manson, he's fresh out, right? Lands in the city with MK Ultra Ghost. He's at this clinic where CIA doctors are linked and, you know, they're hanging out, working. He's doing acid a bunch, turning runaways into this cult faster than you could believe. His parole is a joke. He's got freedom that no ex-convict, especially a violent ex-convict, should ever have. And then he turns all of these runaways into killing machines that murder 7 people in 2 days. And yeah, he's cool. Next time they catch up to him, they arrest him, he's just chilling, like just a natural psycho. Or maybe he feels like he's got some leverage. Maybe he feels like he has an angle. Okay. But who knows? Maybe Manson is just, he's a, some lucky nutcase who had a negligent parole officer who's lazy and was just showing up at a clinic because it's free and not because he's a test subject. And the whole helter-skelter thing is just this crazy thing that he made up. But like I said before, maybe there was a concerted effort by the CIA to try to disrupt the hippie movement. Another example of this is Operation Chaos, where the book in the documentary we're talking about gets its name, which is another real thing that basically the CIA spied domestically on activists and infiltrated groups that they saw as a threat to the state. So what if Manson was a chaos agent, right? You let him run wild. He's able to turn these lovers into murderers, scare the public straight, and basically be like, hey, this hippie movement is evil, and we got to stop letting our kids be doing drugs. And, these murders make the news, and then all of a sudden hippies aren't some cute, peacekeepers. They are murderers that are strung out on drugs. Tom O'Neill, if it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't have most of this information. He actually found Jolly West's files and learned of Smith's weird leniency, his parole officer, and ended up writing about it. But the CIA burned most of the MKUltra records in '73. Seems convenient. Witnesses are dead, stories that shift, and Jolly West dies in '99, never telling the secrets. Smith stays quiet, and Manson, he rambled all the way up to the end, right? He was just saying all sorts of crazy shit before he died in 2017, but never did he say the CIA made me do it. Interesting. You would think he probably would, right?
Not if you're brainwashed.
Oh, that's a good point. If he's so brainwashed that, he's going crazy, he thinks he's doing, the helter-skelter stuff, this, race war that ends all humanity. So the interesting part about this whole thing, beyond the MKUltra stuff, is how the trial about these, gruesome murders turns into this, freak show parade, right? And what if that is part of the agenda? If you're trying to discredit the hippie movement, you make the trial front and center and you show how crazy and deranged this hippie is. And by doing that, you're able to now, throw out the hippie movement baby with the bathwater, right? Because most trials, especially up until this point, are pretty boring, pretty uneventful. They're pretty, manicured. The lawyer speaks for the client and the client doesn't do that much stuff. But that is not the case with this trial, right? Fast forward, everybody gets arrested, okay? So then by July 24th, 1970, the trial of the century kicks off at the Hall of Justice. Charles Manson, all 5 feet 2 inches of him, he's just standing there. He struts in with everyone, all the people that were involved in the 7 murders, all facing 7 counts of first degree and conspiracy. They're all looking at death in the California gas chamber, which at the time was still a method that they used for, execution at the hands of the state. The prosecutor, this guy, Vincent Bugliosi, he's this sharp dude with a mustache that's, he's got this mountain of evidence. He's got the clothes. He's got the testimony. He's got all the people inside the family that are just basically saying, pleading guilty. And this is an open shut case. Pretty easy. They should be able to come in, have the jury deliberate, and then that's it. But that's not what happens. It is a spectacle, and Charles Manson is about to steal the show, right? So day one, he walks in, and his head is shaved bald, and he's got an X carved directly into his forehead, and scratched in with a razor, straight up, just. And when he's asked about the X, he says that he X'd himself out of the world. It was pretty edgelord, high school fake deep shit. And Susan, Patricia, and Leslie stroll in the next day, and they also have their heads shaved and X's on their forehead too. Could you get a picture of that? I mean, that seems pretty crazy. And again, these girls are coming in. They're not just defendants. They are his disciples. They are parroting his every move. And by the end of the trial, the X morphs into a swastika. So it starts as an X, and then he turns the X into the swastika. Again, the media is just eating this up. The headlines are saying the Manson mad cult, and the world is glued to this, nightmare that's become like this massive, courtroom drama. And, Susan starts singing mid-trial, like, for real. Like, she starts, like, singing, like, a Manson song, like, all high-pitched and eerie. Patricia and Leslie join in, like, giggling while they're singing in court after they've murdered, like, a dozen people at this point, right? The girls, like, they're following him. They're saying that we're not afraid to the judges and to the jurors. And people are like, is this allowed? Like, is this, like, what are the rules in a courtroom? And this judge, this guy, Charles Older, who's like a no-nonsense, like, vet in the district, he can barely keep this thing together. The lawyers, they're all scrambling, right? Manson fires his first attorney, this guy Ronald Hughes, because Hughes wants a real defense, right? Thinking that, the trial is about laws. Idiot. Manson takes over his own case for a bit, ranting about Helter Skelter and how the Beatles made him do it. And then, the girls' lawyers aren't much better. This guy, Irving Kanarek, turns into a filibuster, objecting to everything, dragging it out like he's, like, auditioning for, like, the worst lawyer of all time. This thing goes for 9 months because this is like a performance piece for them. Like, this is their chance to, like, get attention, become famous, like, ego, like, delusion. It's crazy. This guy, Ronald Hughes, by the way, the first lawyer that Manson fires, he goes missing mid-trial, and they find his body later in a ditch.
Jesus Christ.
How he died, nobody really knows. Could just be a coincidence. Maybe he got into a drug deal gone wrong. Or maybe, Charlie's reach stretched beyond the courtroom. Imagine Charles Manson tells this guy some of the details. He's like, yeah, I was a part of these mind control experiments, and all of a sudden the CIA hears about it, and then this somehow get a hold of him and say, like, hey, fire this guy, and then he ends up dead. Manson is glaring at people the entire time in the courtroom, threatening Judge Older on the record, saying, I'll get you. It's said that Older started packing a gun under his robe after that, while he's in the courtroom. Jurors are freaking out. They're locked in a hotel for 9 months, no TV, no papers, because the press is like a feeding frenzy. And the prosecution got it rough. Bugliosi, he's a bulldog. He's got Linda Kasabian on the stand, 18 days straight, spilling every detail. The tech stuff, the shooting, Susan's jailhouse confession backs it all up. She's proud of it, for the record. They finally get, like, weapons, and it's like, it's a slam dunk, right? Manson's defense, he claims that he's a victim. Society made him do it. The murders were, quote, love. And, the girls try to protect him, saying that they acted alone, that he's innocent. And, the whole thing is just absurd. So, January 25th, the verdict drops. Guilty, all of them. 7 murders are sentenced to life in prison, no parole, with the death penalty off the table because California did away with it in 1972. But not before Manson's last act. He leaps at Judge Older with a pencil, screaming, in the name of Christian justice. Guards tackle him, and the girls are screaming. The courtroom is just an absolute just frenzy. Everyone's going crazy. What the hell? Oh, this must be from a movie?
Dramatization, but still.
I mean, crazy. Yeah, that's chaos. That is Charles Manson's entire MO, is just send the world into chaos. He is just a agent of chaos. So, there you have it. That's basically the story of Charles Manson. One of the most, you could say, crazy, evil, bizarre, people to ever exist. A proper agent of chaos, I could say. Was he connected with the MKUltra stuff? I don't know. I got to watch this documentary on Netflix. I'm going to check it out. But
it's hard to imagine he wasn't to be able to get away with a lot of the stuff.
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, how do you have a parole officer that just doesn't check in?
Right.
Or, like, does he get in trouble? Right? Like, Charles Manson's parole officer, like, after 7 people get murdered and the entire city shuts down, that guy has to be accountable.
Also, what did Manson tell his first lawyer where that guy had to get iced?
Yeah, I have no idea. And how did he die? Like, I wonder if they ever did an autopsy or, like, figured out how he died. There's a lot more to this that we got to figure out. But all that to say, I didn't really know that much about Charles Manson, to be honest with you. But now I feel like I have a better idea. Also, it's just so convenient that, like, they need to discredit the hippie movement. That, for all intents and purposes, is nothing other than, like, people that want to, like, bang each other and do drugs.
Right.
Which, sure, you can have your qualms with that, but I don't think these people are enemies of the state. But if they are provoking, or invoking this anti-war sentiment, then I could see how that would become problematic, right? And then the fact that right at the sort of apex of this entire saga, you have one of the most violent chaos agents ever
playtime.
shows up on the scene in the place where it's all happening in San Francisco, and then is murdering famous people to get on national news and then he's in this courtroom for 9 months putting on this entire freak show to then basically tell people. And then it seems like the hippie movement basically ends after that. Like, not directly, but it's the end of the 60s. And then, like, it seems like it dramatically shifts. And I wonder if there's a direct fallout where, like, you have agents going and breaking up hippie gatherings, being like, hey, you guys can't get together anymore because what if there's a Manson in here? What if there's another Charles Manson? We got to stop Charles Manson. I mean, that's crazy. I don't know. What do y'all think? Was Charles Manson an MK Ultra agent? Was he tied in? Have you guys seen the documentary? Have you read Tom O'Neill's book? Because I feel like there's a lot in there that we did not cover today that we might need to do another deep dive on. But I appreciate you guys all for listening. It means the world. Thanks for holding me down, especially as we're, dialing in our content here and figuring out what's best for you, the camper. As always, I've been Mark. You can see me on the road coming to your city, not as an agent of chaos, but as an agent of love, joy, and happiness. You can check out the tickets at themarkyagnon.com. You can also check out the merch, clothing line, whatever you want to call it. It's on the website, campgoods.co. You can get these sick mugs, a bunch of other awesome stuff that we'll be putting there, and hopefully coming out with brand new products throughout the year. And I would love for you guys to match with me and to put on some sick outfits. Just come to the shows in the camp gear. As always, this has been Camp. We will see you guys here every week. Typically Mondays, sometimes Tuesdays, Thursdays, Sundays over Religion Camp, and many more days in the future. See you there. Peace. If you've made it to the end of this episode, that's because you rock with us. And for that, we rock with you. You are sophisticated. You enjoy honest, true communication, a highbrow type of person that understands this. History is not just dates and names. It is a tapestry of human triumph and tragedy. From the day Nostradamus made his first prophecy to the morning Paul Revere took his midnight ride, from ancient oracles to modern revolution.
Ever made. This is the aircraft carrier shelter you see.
In this episode, I'd like to talk a little bit about Stonehenge, the famous monument on the Salisbury Plain in southern England. I think most everybody knows about the existence of Stonehenge. And there's been some very interesting speculation around its purpose and meaning is. And what I'd like to do is look at it in the light of some new evidence that has emerged within the last year. And that has to do with the lithology of the monument. By that, I mean the rock types, the type of rocks. So we basically have three types of rocks. We have a sandstone rock, which forms the outer large stones that are called the sarsen stones, which we're going to look at in a second. Inside there, we have another type of rock. It's called a bluestone, and they have different lithologies. And then there's a third type of rock that forms the altar stone, and it's a third type of rock. And then once you have the lithology of rocks, you can then, or hopefully, if you have enough data available, you can determine the provenance of the rocks, which is where they came from. What part of a larger rock mass are they derivatives of? So lithology, you identify the rock type, and then the provenance, you can identify where is that rock type found in the earth, right? So for many years, the bluestones, and it's still believed that they came from Wales. And this is, I think, about a 125-mile transport distance, something like that. 125 miles from Wales. And it was believed that the sarsen stones came from relatively nearby quarry, maybe within 30 miles away. But it was believed that the bluestones from Wales were transported the farthest distance. Well, over the last few years, doubts have crept in as to whether or not the lithology of the altar stone is the same as that of the bluestones that form the Bluestone Circle and the Bluestone Horseshoe. Well, more in-depth studies showed that it was indeed different. So we're going to talk about that, and plus some of the other factors associated with Stonehenge, some of its attributes, and then see if we might surmise that there could be some implications as far as the meaning and purpose and function of Stonehenge. So I think we'll just get right down into a slideshow here where we can start getting some images and see what we're talking about. And this is the monument, the full moon rising in the distance. And we're going to go through some of this here. And here's the larger context of the structure. Now, you can see it's in pretty rough shape. It's gone deteriorated much. There are stones that are missing, probably hauled off and used for other purposes. But there's enough of the stones left to reconstruct the original monument to pretty darn close. I mean, literally to within a few inches almost. Because anytime you have, like, say, have the arc of a circle, you can use simple geometric processes and get the center of that arc, right? And then once you have the center of that arc, then you can recreate the entire circle. Okay, so this is the Stonehenge from the air. Now, a couple of things I want to call your attention to here is that you've got this moat around here, what was once a moat, the ditch, and a bank. Now, we're not going to talk about those in this episode, but we will talk about those in future episodes. But that is part of the much larger structure here. It was probably the first thing that appeared on the site. But the point is that Stonehenge is much more than just the circular stones that you see here. It also included major earthworks, in this case, ditch and a bank. Okay, let's take a little closer look at the sarsen stone ring. This is the outer ring. You've got the uprights, the sarsen stone uprights as they're called, and then you've got these lintels. So at one time there were 30 of these, and they formed a complete ring, and the lintel stones on the top then formed a capstone, if you will. So with the 30 uprights and 30 lintels. And you can see through, when you look through the aperture here, you can see one of these so-called horseshoe trilithons, which if I go back, you'll see those are the big ones here. towards the center of the monument, and the sarsen stones are the outer ring. Okay? And here's just another view of the sarsen stone uprights and the capstones or the lintels. Okay. Now here's basic ground plan. Superimposed a red circle. Now, the black stones are the ones that are remaining, and the hollow or the white interiored ones are missing. One of the interesting things here is the summer solstice sunrise axis, which leads to position of the sun when it's at its farthest north position at summer solstice on the horizon at its rising point. I'm not showing it here. You don't see it in the ground plan here, but there's another upright stone out here in the field called the heel stone that marks that position very accurately. Right here you see is the altar stone, and the altar stone may have fallen over. I'm not sure. It's got a couple of other large rocks more or less on top of it, so it's difficult to discern its exact position. I have a nice little model here, a 3D model, to help visualize the layout of Stonehenge in a reconstructed form. So you can see we've got the sarsen stones, which are a sandstone rock, basically, forming the horseshoe trilithons. There were 5 of those. You've got the bluestone horseshoe inside, which is not a complete circle. It's not a closed circle. However, the arc is tangent to a circle, and that circle is right at roughly 39.5 feet, possibly a little bit more. You got the bluestone circle here on the outside. The just inside the sarsen stone. You've got the bluestones. And there's debate about how many of those there were. I think I've seen 56 and I've seen 60 being generally the numbers that are usually invoked. And interestingly, both those numbers have significance. Now, the alignment is directly along that solstitial axis that you see here. And in the assumed reassembly of the monument, you would have had
Was he
an
the first
opening.
emperor? No, but he was the first of these generals to realize that he needed a new kind of position. One of the strands that runs through Western political philosophy is, when is it okay to kill a tyrant? Brutus, who leads the conspiracy to kill Caesar, who is the descendant of the Brutus who killed Tarquinius Superbus.
He's a direct ancestor of the guy that killed the king and ended the monarchical reign of Rome.
No one's done the 23andMe, but Romans cared a lot about genealogy.
The guy who kills Abraham Lincoln, John Wilkes Booth, his father's name is Brutus.
No.
Can we double check that? I would feel very dumb if this is not the case. John Wilkes Booth father, Junius Brutus Booth.
Yeah, that's him. That's wild.
How bizarre is that? Just a bizarre ripple, right? This one guy, Brutus, is responsible, in a way, of killing 3 major heads of state. Because they were, I believe, black, or at least, what we would understand modern, American modernity, black, elected Republican leaders of ancient Rome. I know you're wincing, but I understand.
I'm not wincing about. I'm anticipating how complicated this answer is going to be, and to put my cards on the table a little bit.
Is investing on your own making you spin? Then it's time to partner with Sun Life. As Canada's largest asset manager,
Richard Teverson, how are you, sir?
I'm well.
Thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. I'm excited to talk all things Roman history, okay? And specifically Roman art, which I find an interesting little substrata of Roman history that I think will be fun to discuss. And also, I love that you have an English accent.
Well, I worked hard on it just for you.
Yeah, truly. It's going to make everything you say just more clever, just smarter. I think more believable.
Okay, well, I'll try not to mess that up.
No, you can lie. That's the thing. You can lie. I fully encourage you to lie if you would like to, because the audience will be like, wow, this guy sounds good when he's lying.
Okay.
So,
okay.
no, but by all means, whatever you'd like to do. I would like to talk initially about some Roman emperors.
Yeah.
Apparently, I don't know what an emperor is.
Okay. So,
what is an emperor?
I mean, the simple answer is it's the guy who's in charge of the Roman Empire. But it gets a little bit, where it gets complicated or a little bit interesting is that, at least at the start, there isn't a formal title that means emperor in the way that we think it is now. So I'll kind of give you a potted background, and you can just tell me to skip a bit if it's obvious. So we have Roman civil wars, and we typically start them as historians like around 100 BC, 80 BC, kind of last 100 years or so of the Roman Republic. And the name that most people know from those is Julius Caesar. And the year he dies, so he gets stabbed in the back. It's coming up, actually, March 44 BC. And one of the titles that he tries to get himself voted in the Republic is dictator for life. And dictator had meant something different to the Romans than what it means to us. So why did they have an office called a dictator? It seems kind of stupid. It was meant to be an emergency break glass if crisis position. So if the balance of the Republic had fallen out of whack, and you have to remember as well that the Roman constitution, yeah, it's codified, but really it's a set of customs. They call it mos maiorum, the customs of our ancestors. So it's there's a feeling about what is customary or all right, more than there's a rule to say you can't do it. And if you wanted to summarize Roman political history, the end of the Republic in a nutshell, you'd say it's people doing what custom says is wrong, even though it's not necessarily legally incorrect, right? People push the norms of politics.
They're violating the spirit of the law, but not necessarily the letter.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
I mean,
so almost like martial law would be like an example in like the United States. Like we would declare the state of emergency, and then we kind of suspend some of the constitutional rights.
So that would be a good analogy for what the dictator is. So the dictator is a set of extraordinary powers, so that when the norms of the Republic have been broken, or when there's an external crisis, the dictator can fix it. And I believe the term is 4 or 5 years. So it's a like after the life jacket inflates, you get out of the water, then you put the life jacket away, kind of a thing. Perpetual dictator breaks that norm.
Bends it, perhaps, because you get it for 5 years, but let's just do another 5 years,
and
another 5 years, and then I die.
Here is a bulletin.
Imagine this. You're 30 feet underground, digging through frozen earth with spoons and mess hall plates. Nazi guards patrol overhead. One wrong move, one loose pebble, and it's over. But on this night in 1944, 76 Allied prisoners would attempt the impossible, tunneling their way to freedom in the largest prisoner of war escape of World War II. And centuries earlier, in a cold stone chamber, a teenage girl in armor stood before her accusers. Her crime? Leading armies, speaking to angels, and daring to challenge the most powerful men in Europe. Joan of Arc's trial would become one of history's most infamous moments. These are just 2 stories from Today in History, the newsletter that brings you the most fascinating events from the past, delivered fresh to your inbox. From epic wars to religious rebellions, ancient mysteries to modern marvels. Don't miss another piece of history. Scan the QR code now or click the link in the description to sign up for Today in History.
So that is an emperor, right? In some ways, what that is trying to find a word in an old political language for a new concept.
I see. And Julius Caesar was the first person to really push that forward?
He was, in some ways, yes, and in some ways, no. So he comes at the end of a long series of charismatic, and from their point of view, highly successful generals who make a lot of money by expanding the Roman Empire and looting the people they conquer for all their worth. And then, and actually this is an idea I read recently in a book by a California professor called Edward Watts, I believe. So not only did they have a lot of cash coming into the Roman Republic, these these charismatic generals, but part of the consequence of that influx of money, often from like what's now Greece or Turkey or the Middle East, is an increased financialization of the Roman economy. So they make a lot of money and then they make a lot of money on their money. And that means that there's an imbalance in the senatorial class of Rome. So a few people are incredibly successful and have all kinds of, at this point, soft power they can use to influence elections. And that causes an imbalance amongst their erstwhile peers, the people who they're supposed to be competing with for offices or honors or
Running out of
victories,
time
things
here.
like this. And so that the incentive becomes to try and stretch the things you can get away with in office so that you can match the achievements of these charismatic generals. I'm simplifying a little bit. And so there are lots of examples of men like Caesar who are able to either stay in power or stay at the head of an army for a little too long, or kind of get away with things in office that maybe they shouldn't have, driven by this incentive that they have to kind of make it big on campaign or make it big in office so that they won't kind of drop out of this increasingly vicious competition. So at the start of Caesar's career, like his great rival is Pompey. And Pompey is kind of like a young, like I think he's 23 when he starts his career, maybe even younger than that. He doesn't, so the Republic has a pretty severe system. For an elite Roman, there's like a career path you go through. You get elected to kind of junior offices like aedile and then quaestor, and you're in charge of things like the treasuries or the aqueducts. And then as you win more elections and you get more prestige, you get kind of second in command of a legion, and then where you're trying to get to is consul. There are 2 consuls elected every year in the Republic. And Pompey manages to get quite substantial military power without running through, at least at the start of his career, any of these offices. He's too young. So Caesar isn't the first in that sense, but to get back to like actually answering your question, he realizes that those positions are inherently unstable. Like it's much more secure, instead of saying like, I'm consul, but I'm going to push it for a year, or I'm consul, but like as Caesar famously does, I'm not going to disband my army. When I come back into Italy, I'm going to cross the Rubicon and then use my army to influence politics. To say like, oh, I'm dictator, that means I have this kind of power for 5 years. And then if he doesn't want to give it up after 5 years, so he says, okay, well, I'll have the Senate elect me, or I'll have my partisans appoint me as dictator for life, which in some ways he's struggling to express in politics. Like, how do I stay the first man in Rome? And in some way, this is where, in one of the reasons why I ended up studying art, was that in some ways art gives that answer more clearly than politics does. Because in art, you have all kinds of ambiguities and like contradictions that can still make a coherent and persuasive image. So Caesar's portraiture in this period, to the extent that we know it, is this kind of interesting mix of like what a Roman Republican politician is supposed to look like and what a Greek king or what a Greek general like Alexander the Great looks like. And it's clear that he's experimenting with, how do I mix these styles? Because each artistic style is, again, to simplify just a little bit, is like a political manifesto. So if you're in your portraiture, if you look like a traditional Roman politician, and traditional Roman politicians, they're often balding, they're older, they have kind of lines on their face. We call that style veristic, from Veritas, truth. You're meant to look like you've been up late at night, like really working hard on politics, like really, like you put in the hours in the campaign. So if we Google something like Arringatore, Arringatore, so you see how he's wearing a toga, and then you see his face down there at the bottom. Like that, he looks like a 40-year-old who's kind of made law partner, right? Like he's put in like the 80-hour weeks to get where he's got, and is that quote unquote true? No, but it's what he wants you to think. Whereas if we look at like a portrait of Caesar, so if you Google green diabase Caesar, so yeah, that guy on the left, I guess it's also a salad, but for now let's focus on the portrait. So that we think is made in Alexandria, but he has the turn of the head and the melting gaze is not how a politician like the Arringatore looks. It's a little more like Alexander the Great. And why is Alexander the Great useful? Alexander the Great is useful because he's the like Roman ideal of a world conqueror, and he's the kind of semi-divine ruler of an empire.
You know that slot that pops up in your day that's just not enough time to get anything done? I've found the secret to make the most of it. You know that feeling when you've perfectly planned your day, and then there goes your morning, and there goes your...
So he's not quite he doesn't manage to become an emperor. He dies too young, but something about his portraiture has the like political ramifications of this is a man who's more powerful than a Republican politician. So Pompey does this too. Like if you Google Pompey the Great portrait, you'll see a similar kind of thing, in that you see like an old Roman, but with something of the affectations of a Hellenistic king.
Oh, that's fascinating. So I guess just broadly speaking, what would you characterize the Republican era of Rome to be? Like, is this like 300 years? Is this 400 years?
That's a good question, and whatever I say, someone's gonna disagree with it.
Sure.
But traditionally, we'd say, like, I think it's around about 508 BC, a man called Brutus kills the last Roman king, Tarquinius Superbus. And from then on, we have what the Romans called the Republic. And we date the end of it traditionally to 30 BC. So when Julius Caesar's adopted son, a man called Octavian, we call him Octavian, he called himself the young Caesar, but we call him Octavian, and then he takes the title Augustus. So we are coming back, I promise, in the end to like what is an emperor?
No, this is helpful actually. So you guys just like stratified. You have like this monarchical Rome that then is into a Republican Rome.
Yeah.
That then is into a dictatorial or an imperial Rome.
Right. So the traditional date for the founding of Rome is 753. Romulus. That's Romulus and Remus and the she-wolf.
Yeah.
Then we have a succession of kings descended in part from Romulus. The last one, Tarquinius Superbus, is killed by Brutus. He establishes the Republic. And then really from like 500 to at least like 280 BC, it's pretty hard for us to do the kind of documentary history that you might like to do.
Mm-hmm.
And even later Roman historians say or Greeks writing about Rome say in that period, like, I'm kind of doing the best I can with the sources that I have.
Sure.
The historical record really emerges in a way that you can unpick and analyze it round about 280 BC. And so that's, I guess, the period we call the Middle Republic. Two big things happening in the Middle Republic are the Punic Wars. So like the famous one there is the invasion of Hannibal over the Alps,
Mm-hmm.
kind of right around the turn of the 3rd century BC to the 2nd century BC. So
He gets his elephants over.
He gets his elephants
One
over.
elephant.
I actually don't know if we know how many, but yeah, that's a defining. After the Romans beat the Carthaginians, they defeat Hannibal around about, I'm going to get the dates a little bit wrong, but like it's around about 205 BC, and then they finally defeat Carthage in 146 BC, and after 146 we're into really the period of the late Republic, where there is no one who is realistically going to defeat a Roman army. So how that gets us back to politics is that if you were a consul in charge of a Roman army outside of Rome, no one can tell you what to do, right? The only person who can put any kind of check on your power realistically, physically, is another consul with another Roman army, or the norms that govern your behavior.
Right, what it means to be a Roman consul, like these sort of ideals that all these politicians are aspiring to.
Right, and the Republic is there are various scholars who've written on this. I think there's a book called Empire of Honor that's strong on it. That in some ways this is an honor society, at least among the senatorial elite, and so what conquest or cash can't give you is the respect of your senatorial peers, and as long as that holds, there is like an unofficial check, at least from a Roman point of view, on how people behave when they're striving for power, because they want to keep the system that honors them intact.
Interesting.
So what the check there is a sense of like what a good Roman politician should do. kind of honor, really, is a way of thinking about it, and that those norms have stretched quite radically by the time we get to Pompey and Caesar. So Caesar, in one sense, is at the end of a history of people stretching the norms of the Republic, and where we get back to, like, was he the first emperor? No, but he was in some ways the first of these generals to realize that he needed a new kind of position. So his attempt is this new kind of portraiture, and he puts himself on a coin, for example. He builds a huge forum dedicated to his gens, to his family in Rome. So he does a lot of innovative things, and some of those are going to get picked up by the Roman emperors, and some of them, obviously, in some ways, Caesar is a political experiment that failed from his point of view.
Right. He's also a byproduct of generations of elected folks that kind of stretched what it means to be an elected consul.
Right. And so the first person we think of as the first Roman emperor, Augustus, looks at what happened to his adoptive father, Caesar, and either he or his advisor, Marcus Agrippa, or maybe some anonymous politicians that we don't know the names of anymore, advisors, put together a different kind of package of artistic and constitutional and personal features that become what we think of as a Roman emperor.
Fascinating.
So one of the examples is that he doesn't take consistently the position of consul. Like, he's consul a lot, and he decides who gets to be consul. But you might think, if we think today, like, okay, how does and I'm well outside my expertise, but like, how does a republic become an autocracy now? Typically we think, okay, well, the president just doesn't leave, or the prime minister just doesn't leave. But that's not quite what happened for Rome. It's not that he is forever consul, but he gives himself something called tribunate power. So the tribune is an old tradition of the old republic that was supposed to represent the plebs, the plebeians, the ordinary people, and can veto legislation, and can also convene certain assemblies. And so that role, the tribunate power, is the one title that every future emperor makes sure that they take. So not every emperor is consul all the time. They're all consuls sometimes, but every year we see it in inscriptions as trib pot. So tribunate power.
Fascinating. And you're able to basically trump or, veto whatever the people wish of you. You can kind of, you don't necessarily, you take away a check on your power from the people.
Well, the rhetoric then is that you are checking the Senate on behalf of the people. So the claim of an early Roman emperor is that they know what the people want better than the corrupt and ineffective senators who got us nice, decent Romans into this civil war mess in the first place. And so I as emperor will, or I as Augustus will represent you, and the senators better stay in line.
Fascinating. Okay, before getting into a long line of emperors, I'm curious, from this Republican area, or era of Roman history, who are the elected consuls that we're aware of, or that we talk about, or that maybe we should talk about more?
Often the most famous politicians that have made their way down to us from the Republic were not famous as consuls. So the two that often come up are Tiberius Gracchus and Gaius Gracchus, who were two brothers in like the 130s, the 120s BC. And they were not technically consuls, but their whole deal was that they felt that the land in Italy had become essentially large slave estates run on behalf of the senatorial elite, particularly people who'd made their money through war and then through investing it. And the ordinary, quote unquote, ordinary Roman, or the ordinary Italian smallholding farmer had lost out. Now, archaeologists disagree, but that was the political rhetoric of the time. And so they put through these very controversial land reforms as tribunes, not as consuls, I believe, to try essentially and redistribute land in Italy. So they used to be more famous as kind of the risks that revolutionaries run, in that one way of telling that story is that they both ended up being killed by their political opponents. But one way of telling that story is that they got what they wanted in the end. They passed Tiberius Gracchus's land reforms, but the way they did it, they had to strong-arm the Senate so severely that they broke some unwritten norm. Like the counter reaction to them pushing the status quo the way they did was more violent than they had anticipated. And so in the end, what happened, according to this, I guess, slightly conservative point of view, is that they broke the system at expense of their one demand, and in the end, breaking the system was the more consequential consequence. Do you see what I mean?
Pyrrhic victory, so to speak. They push forward this reform that is positive and for the people, but they do it in such a way that the counter reaction is actually worse for the people in the long run.
Right. There's like there's a line from the play Man from All Seasons about Thomas More, and he's asked.
I'm named after him, actually. That's my middle name. Yeah. Mark Thomas.
Play for Michelob Ultra.
Great movie.
Yeah. So do you know it? So he's asked, like, don't you need to break some laws to catch the devil? And the answer is, like, when I catch the devil, what am I going to do unless I've got the protection of law? So, like, in the Gracchi, used to be in the 19th century a version of that lesson that if you remove constitutional safeguards that are protecting the people you're trying to represent in the service of the people you're trying to represent, the consequence will be that the people you represent suffer because they no longer have those constitutional safeguards.
Oh, that's a fascinating little lesson from history.
Yeah, so I mean, my memory is that they were influential in like the French Revolution, which is a way of, of thinking about that same thing, right? In like the French Revolution, massively simplifying, but like an attempt to get more representation in an autocratic monarchy for ordinary French people. And what happens? Napoleon.
Interesting. Wow, that's a really interesting way to frame that. And that's Tiberius
Gracchus and Cornelius Gracchus. And actually another figure who used to be much more famous in kind of modern life. I guess I'm thinking like Victorians. So Cornelia, mother of the Gracchi, was like the exemplar in the Republic of like what a Roman matron should be, and made sure, like, and in all the biographies, she's credited for making sure that they were like trained with the kind of education in virtue, but also in politics that a Roman statesman needed. And so she was kind of seen really for generations after that as like the epitome of Roman womanhood. So she's another name that maybe used to be more famous from the Republic than she is now. I mean, then the other names that like often crop up are the, like in military history, are the Scipios. So Scipio Africanus. Yeah, who cries while Carthage burns and quotes the Iliad, and then Scipio Aemilianus, who conquers a lot of Asia Minor. But those are still, as politicians, in some ways, they're much less. They've had less of an impact on like popular history than as generals. But I'm trying to think, like, who the
was Tiberius Gracchus? Was he well liked by the people for his land reforms?
Depends who you ask.
That's fair. I guess of the populace, of the lay people that benefited. They liked it when it was happening, not obviously the consequence therefore.
So and again, I'm a little bit working from this book by Edward Watts. His power base is the committees of the ordinary people, and as a tribune, he can convene them, and altogether they have a surprising amount of power to either propose or to approve legislation. The Roman system, in one of these ways, is that we think of the Senate as the big decision-making body, but in kind of a technical way, they could be outmaneuvered or outvoted by the citizen assemblies if you could organize everybody. And so Tiberius Gracchus is cut out by his peers from the regular route up to be consul, and so he manages, by being, I think, a very persuasive speaker, partly because of the training of his mum, to consistently mobilize comparatively large numbers of politically engaged Romans to box the Senate in. So that's his power base.
Interesting.
And in some ways, he's the first person to figure that out. And so in some ways, he's the like distant political ancestor of an emperor like Augustus who keeps that power base in check. And I think it's probably like one of the things that we sometimes forget in Roman history is how popular the emperors could be, because a lot of our evidence is written by senators who are the people who lose out most under an emperor, because it doesn't,
their power's hamstrung almost fully.
Exactly. So like our most famous historian of the imperial age, like where we get a lot of the stories about Caligula and Nero from, so the two of them, Tacitus and Suetonius, are both like senatorial or senatorial adjacent. They're both elite writers, and there are stories that kind of bubble up even after Nero is deposed, of kind of people hoping for his return, which suggests that amongst ordinary people whose opinions we've now as historians lost over the 1,000 years or so, he might have been a lot more popular than we think.
Fascinating. Okay, I want to move towards the emperors now. I'm curious, when Julius Caesar's murdered, why not just say, all right, time to have another election? Why is the power then bestowed to his adopted son?
Okay, so there's a book by Josiah Osgood actually on that year, the year 43, which is a miserable year. Yeah,
you don't want to be.
You don't want to be around in 43 BC if you can. Like in your time machine, you should skip. You just skip that year. So the system of the Republic doesn't collapse immediately. I forget who's elected after him, but either that year or the next year, that the regular system of consuls comes back, at least in name. But what happens is that and I'm gonna have to think a little bit on the details, but the informally, so there's always a difference between like influence or like authority in some way and like what you're specifically in charge of at that particular moment in Roman politics. So your auctoritas can be kind of general, the authority can be kind of general and is to do with like who you know and what your prestige and your reputation is. And then your imperium, I guess is one way of thinking about it, is like what you are in charge of right now. Those two things don't always align. So the people with the most authority in the state when Caesar dies, I don't think are necessarily the people in the most senior magistracies at the moment. But what happens is that so the heads of the factions, I guess, are Brutus, who leads the conspiracy to kill Caesar, who is the descendant of the Brutus who killed Tarquinius Superbus, and part of the motivation for him to act is people keep telling him, including Cicero, like, you must look to the example of your ancestor.
No, he's a direct ancestor of the guy that killed the king and ended the monarchical reign.
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, no one's done the 23andMe, but like Romans cared a lot about genealogy, and so that's the belief that everybody has about him.
Also, another funny little ripple to this, the guy who kills Abraham Lincoln, John Wilkes Booth, his father's name is Brutus.
No.
I'm almost certain. Can we double check that? I would feel very dumb if this is not the case. John Wilkes Booth, father. Not only is it Brutus, I think it is like the full, okay. Junius Brutus Booth.
Yeah, that's him. That's wild.
How bizarre is that?
Okay.
The father of the guy, and matter of fact,
I definitely would have skipped this.
they, at the time, or maybe right around the time of killing Abraham Lincoln, John Wilkes Booth, famous actor of, Civil War America, was playing Brutus in the play Julius Caesar by Shakespeare.
Wow. I should know more, but that's an interesting...
Bizarre, right?
That's the play he was seeing?
No, it wasn't the play he was seeing. He was seeing an old a comedy, like an in-laws comedy, like Meeting Your In-Laws, like to Meet the Fockers, basically.
Yeah.
But John Wilkes Booth was playing like around the country. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if he was Brutus himself or if he was another character in Shakespeare's play. But
wow,
him and his father were, and his other brother, who I believe was Junius Brutus Jr. Were playing, they were playing in Shakespeare's play. Just a bizarre ripple, right? This one guy, Brutus, is responsible, in a way, of killing 3 major heads of state. You know, a bit strange. What's up, guys? We're gonna take a break really quick because you need more time. It is the most valuable commodity that exists, and Huel is gonna help you do that, all right? If you're like me, you're constantly on the go, you're constantly running late. I mean, every time I'm leaving my house, I'm going out the door and I'm like, I forgot to eat today, and then I find myself just eating garbage, like throughout. I'm like going to the bodega or corner store, just grabbing like sugary nonsense, or even if I'm trying to eat good, oftentimes it's packed with stuff that's terrible for me, and that's why I love Huel, all right? Huel is everything you need. It is a complete balanced meal, all in this convenient, beautiful little bottle. In this bottle, I'm telling you right now, you're gonna get everything you need to power you through the day. 35 grams of protein, 25 vitamins and minerals, 7 grams of dietary fiber, I mean, omega-3, omega-6, everything that you need. I mean, it is a scientific process to put all the nutrients packed into this bottle. Not only is it extremely convenient, and you can take it on the go with you anywhere you need, it's extremely healthy. It's gonna give you all the energy and good vibes to get through the day in order to tackle everything, whether it's going to the gym, going to work, you know, going on a date with your girl, whatever you need. And most importantly, it's extremely affordable. That's right. It is, you know, you're gonna see these in your corner store, in your bodega, in your 7-Eleven, gas station back home. Pick up a Huel, try it for yourself. It tastes great, it's easy, it's convenient, it's good for you, and it's very affordable. And it actually just got a little bit more affordable for the people that listen to this show. That's right, because when you go to Huel.com and use the promo code CAMP, that's Huel, HUEL.com/camp, use the promo code CAMP, and the listeners of this program are gonna be getting 15% off and a free gift. What is that gift? No one knows. But if you wanna find out, check it out. Huel.com, use the promo code CAMP, get 50% off your order, and try it for yourself. Get some time back, stop eating garbage all day, get something that actually nourishes your body and powers you for all the tough things that life might throw at you. Let's get back to the show.
So to zoom out a little bit, like, one of the strands that runs through Western political philosophy is, when is it okay to kill a tyrant? Right, like, so the Athenian version is Harmonides and Aristogeiton. They are folk heroes in classical Athens for killing the brother of the tyrant Hippias, and they're like on vases and on, not quite on t-shirts, but like they become there's a famous statue of them holding the bloody knives up, called the Tyrannicides. And so that versions of that thought work their way into Roman Republican thinking as well, that, like, you know, violence in defense of liberty is no vice kind of thing.
Right.
And so it makes sense that comes back up in the 19th century.
Bizarre. Okay, sorry. Back. So Brutus is the direct heir to another former
famous tyrannicide.
Yeah.
So he's exhorted to do the same thing, and there are sources that suggest, for example, that people would write graffiti on the statues of his ancestor, saying like, "I wish the Brutus we had was you." Like, it was very personal.
Wow.
So anyway, so he's the leader of one faction, and then Mark Antony, Caesar's, kind of like his second in command. I think he leads the cavalry in Gaul, I want to say. Mark Antony is kind of the next most powerful person in the state, and there's then a fight essentially between the assassins and the avengers of Caesar. And to spoil the story a little bit, the avengers of Caesar win. And then we have what to do next. So there are 3 powerful people on the team, as it were, that's avenging Caesar. There's Mark Antony, there's Caesar's adopted son, the young Octavian, and there's Sextus, who is like kind of drops out of the history a little bit. He's like he's the third most. His power is naval and based in Sicily, if I remember rightly. I'm a little bit foggy on that, but they form the second triumvirate. I'm sorry, I can't be more precise about it. But those 3, after they defeat Brutus and the politicians who had assassinated Caesar, and that is a famously unstable way of doing things. And how that shakes out in the end, and this is like the plot of the Shakespeare play you were talking about. So Julius Caesar, remember that playwright kind of runs up through the assassination and then the consequences of the assassination, and then he picks up the story with Antony and Cleopatra. So how the Civil War boils down is that Octavian and Antony remove Sextus, and so it's you just at that point have two people. You have Octavian in the west and Antony and Cleopatra in the east, and the decisive battle there is fought kind of like a right on the dividing line. So it's at a place called Actium, which is northwest Greece. So if you draw a line down the middle of the Roman Empire, it's basically on that line.
Oh, wow.
And Octavian wins. That's the maybe you've heard this story, but that's the naval battle that Cleopatra leaves somewhere between a half and 2/3 of the way through, and there's a huge amount of controversy as to whether if she and her ships had stayed, would they have won? Why did she leave? Was she betraying him? And
she kills herself shortly thereafter, right?
Yeah, she and Mark Antony flee back to Alexandria. So this is 31 BC, and then Octavian catches up to them in 30, wins kind of the final skirmishes in Alexandria, and then Antony and Cleopatra kill themselves, rather than being like paraded in triumph through Rome.
Right.
And in some ways, like that's the go moment for the beginning of imperial history. That's where we date it from.
That makes sense. It just seems like the Republican era of Roman history just is strife with civil war. It's just a constant power struggle and different factions and military coups.
Yeah.
All the way up until like the imperial period, which just seems like it subsides. Is that fair to say?
Well, I mean, one way to think about it is like, okay, well, how did he get away with it? Like, we have this 500-year-old incredibly successful republic full of like competitive politicians and their families.
Annexing land and getting money and getting wealthy.
All of them powerful. How does it all boil down to let's have an emperor? And one of the answers is that the Civil War was so violent and so long and so traumatic that people preferred peace. And one of the slogans of the Augustan regime is Pax, is peace to... It's not peace... So the example I always give is like, I'm a dad of 2 toddlers, and so I'm always adjudicating fights. And a good compromise leaves everybody unhappy.
Yeah.
Like, everyone gets a train, everyone's cross.
Yeah.
But if someone gets 2 trains, then they think that's Pax. Like, that's peace to their advantage. That's the status quo they want. So Pax feels that way that's what it means to a Roman. It's peace with honor or peace with strength. So Augustus can promise that, as now he's removed his political, or co-opted some of them, he's removed his political rivals, the end to the chaos of the Civil War. So this is a little bit like me slipping into giving a lecture mode, but the historian Tacitus I was talking about, his book, The Annals, like it starts with, I think it's 1:1 or 1:2, like one of the very early passages is essentially like, how did he get away with it? And Tacitus is very cynical. Like, he's looking back 100 years later, and at least his rhetoric is kind of like, how did they take my republic away?
Right.
And one of the answers is that people were just fed up, like, and terrified of the Civil War. And you interrupt me when I'm going on too long.
No.
But one of the things that I think was hard for me to understand in the Civil War, and it's hard for me always to communicate, is like, there was just no way you were going to get it right. So like, if you were an ordinary person with something to lose, like male or female, Roman, non-Roman, this is a global's the wrong word, but every corner of the Roman Empire is affected. At some point, someone's going to come through wherever you are and say like, whose side are you on? You need to either sign up in one of the vast numbers of legions that are recruited to fight, or you need to give money, or you need to like give aid in some way. And you make a decision. And 5, 10, 15 months, weeks, years later, another faction is going to come through and say, why are you supporting the enemy? There was...
I don't know. Someone told me
to do
gave
it.
him some Roman coins. Like,
yeah.
I'm just trying to feed my family, dude. I'm trying to live.
Exactly. And so there was just no... It's a little bit like Europe in like Eastern Europe in World War II. Like, the Nazis invade, the Russians invade, Nazis invade, the Russians invade, the Allies. Like, at some point, you've made which is why that history, part of the reason it's so miserable looking back. Like, it's such a traumatic period of history, is that there was no way to be okay.
Right, and the Belarusians are just sitting in the middle being like, oh my god,
Right.
what do you want us to do?
Right, like I went to a museum in Riga in Latvia when I was a kid, and I just couldn't get over the feeling of someone would come to you with a gun and say, fight for me, and whatever you did was the wrong answer. Because either you went with that person and then eventually you were defeated, or you didn't, and they got kicked out of power and then it came back. Like, so the Civil War feels the same way. And we have this incredible inscription called the Laudatio Turiae, which is a grave inscription by a husband praising his wife, Turia, for all of the things that she did to like help keep him safe while he was away fighting in the civil wars. There's a book about it by Josiah Osgood, which is it's a very accessible book. And even just if you just read the inscription, you're obviously not necessarily in Latin, but like if you read it in the translation on the Wikipedia page, you get like a sense of like these are all the things that people had to go through. So she was dragged out of a court naked for trying to defend their land. She has to keep like selling things to send him money. It's just clear that it's a miserable period of history to live through as an ordinary person. We have all kinds of coin hoards from Italy because people are burying their money, which is kind of fascinating too. That's a whole other topic. So people just want it to stop at some point.
And you have all these people that are kind of bending the rules politically, so the spirit of what it means to be a Roman consul goes away. There's so much turbulence and turnover and coups that the people are just fed up and they just want simplicity.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is where it gets back to like what my particular research hobby horse is what people thought the future was going to look like at any moment in the past. So my claim would be that Augustus is really the first person in a generation to give a plausible and coherent vision of what a positive future could be like. So instead of avenging the past or trying to get back to the Republic, he's like, no, it's going to be like this. There's going to be Pax. There's going to be Mos Maiorum, which is his slogan for the Roman slogan for like customs of our ancestors. There's going to be a golden age. It's going to be great. And that's what his art like consistently hits.
Fascinating.
And one of the reasons why the art history of the Augustan period is particularly interesting, and I would say this to be fair, but I'm not the only person, is that it seems like that's a period of history where the visual culture is part of what makes a new political reality possible. So oftentimes we as art historians are pretty resigned to the idea that history happens, like the artist isn't in the room where it happens, right? Like to quote Hamilton, but they represent it. But Augustan Rome seems to be a place where the art makes a new political possible. So like the most famous Augustan monument is something called the Ara Parcis. Yeah, we're looking at it. So top left, I think that's the eastern panel, the southeastern panel I'm going to want to say, of the Ara Parcis, and it's debated like everything in Roman art history, but we think that that's Pax, the goddess of peace, and she's holding twins, much better behaved than my twins, much as I love them. But she's surrounded, like, do you see how she's surrounded by kind of like divinities, but also there's a bull and a sheep, and kind of the corn is growing, like agriculture is back. And
there's a domestication, like things are going well, people are eating.
Yeah,
there's just prosperity.
Right. And another thing that I'm not really qualified to say this, but I'm kind of going to say it, so I'm going to try and say it carefully, is my understanding from people who really know about farming is that farming is a multi-generational thing. So the classic example is that it takes 25 years for an olive tree to become productive. But my understanding is like the same is true in some ways for like a field of wheat or like a family plot of land. Like it's crucial that you know that your descendants are going to inherit it and they're going to work the land in order for your work to be worthwhile.
You're literally planting seeds for your project.
Yeah, like that's where the metaphor comes from. And so we might look at that today and think, okay, those are kind of pretty animals and some fields of wheat. But I think what that means to an ancient farmer is like 50 years apiece.
Wow.
Right, like it's going to be worth breaking ground on that new field, even because someone isn't going to come through and like resettle me, or like the classic thing for a Roman commander in the Republic to do was to promise their poorer soldiers land. Like land for service was the promise of the late Republican army, and land in Italy. And where do you get it from? Well, you take it from your political opponents.
I see. Oh, that's fascinating. And as we go into this imperial period and discussing that, are you able to draw a distinction, if there is a clear one, between what it means to be an emperor versus what it means to be one of the early monarchs in the pre-republic? Like, why is that different? Like, why is it not just going back to another monarchy?
Well, so it depends how cynical you are, and it a little bit depends on your point of view. So it really matters to Augustus, and probably to the people who are alive in his, I'm going to say, reign, that he's not thought of as a king, because part of like the political identity, part of Mos Maiorum, and part of the customs of the Roman Republic is no kings. And Caesar, one of the accusations against Caesar is that he wants to set himself up as a king, and he starts wearing kind of purple robes and he dresses himself as a king, which I think nowadays we forget how powerful that kind of political clothing can be, or at least we internalize it so much that like we don't realize what it's saying. Like, why do politicians wear suits? Like, we kind of like, it would be weird, at least in the UK, if Keir Starmer wore a military uniform. Like, immediately you'd think like, what's he trying to say?
It carries a completely different connotation. Like, even just looking at, military generals or military dictators in their fatigues in some type of presidential portrait carries a completely different message. It's not one of diplomacy, it's one of conquest.
Right. So, so Caesar, either in reality or accused, gets his kind of dress sense wrong. He looks too much like a king. So Augustus can't do that. And so part of the workaround we were talking about with like taking tribunician power or not always being consul is to try and have something close to the authority of a king, but not the imperium of
Interesting.
one.
So it's kind of a clever rebrand. It's a king is ruling with some sort of almost like a divine authority, and as we'll know, the emperors kind of carry with them a little bit of like a godlike status that's sort of simultaneous, both and kind of thing.
Yes.
But with the emperor, you're still able to preserve these sort of republican ideals that people love so much, and we still have these tribunals and we still have senators, but they sort of sit as figureheads, and so you're able to kind of do both and preserve the identity of what it means to be Roman while still having the power of an autocrat.
Right. So Augustus is actually not a name. Like, it's a title that he gets himself. In 27 BC, the person we call Octavian gets the Senate to vote him as part of like a series of constitutional tweaks to the Republic, or like putting things back in order, I think is probably how he would phrase it. The title Augustus. And that's a title that is one of the other titles that every other emperor takes. The similar thing happens with Caesar. So he has the name Caesar because he inherits it. Excuse me. But his initial descendants are entitled to that as well because they're adopted into the imperial family. But later into the imperial period, the name Caesar and the honorific title Augustus become part of the set of titles that mark someone out as an emperor.
Fascinating.
So, I mean, one way to like summarize imperial history, again from kind of like 40,000 feet, is that the Julio-Claudian dynasty, so those are the people who claim or who have direct descent from Augustus, so the Julio in that is Julius Caesar, are consistently working out how to get more monarchic power without calling themselves a king. And after Nero, there's a civil war, and into the 2nd century, the quote-unquote good emperors, so there's kind of a mess after Nero. Nero is killed 68, 69, year of the 4 emperors. The Flavian dynasty wins that civil war, and in 2 generations goes through the same cycle. So Vespasian feels or looks a lot like a Republican general who kind of made good. His first son Titus dies young. His second son Domitian wants to be called Dominus et Deus, Lord and God. He's killed. After Domitian is Nerva, who's a senatorial plant, basically an old politician. He is persuaded to adopt the young gun Trajan, a kind of a Spanish magnate, And Trajan is thought of as one of the best emperors in imperial history. His successor is Hadrian. And here's where we kind of get back to your question. A lot of the things that Nero does that's hated, Hadrian does and is loved for.
The same things.
Yeah, so...
Fascinating. Could we just get a quick timeline of emperors in this period, just to kind of like frame out more or less like the orders, and maybe if there's some specific names that kind of pop out?
Yeah, okay.
Because that's a fascinating point, but I don't want to skip over Nero also, so...
God damn it.
Yeah, so these dates look right. So do you see how the date there for Britannica is 27 BC to 14?
Mm-hmm.
And I told you that he won Actium at 31, and then Mark Antony and Cleopatra die in 30.
Right.
So that...
Yeah, it's when are you taking... Because if you're starting a military conquest, you know, it's
Right.
like, are you the emperor when you start the conquest, or are you the emperor when the war is ended?
Right.
Right? Yeah,
Right.
that makes sense.
It's like how there were kind of like 6 dates for the end of World War II, and one of them is like 1990, right? After the Berlin Wall falls down, then finally the Allies can make peace with
It's when
United
America
Germany
gets
again.
involved, okay?
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I forget where I am. Yeah. Ends in 45.
Yeah, exactly. Which is so funny. That is how we're taught. I
Makes
don't know
me
if you
not even
know
wanna
this.
play this game.
As an American, I'm taught that like World War II starts in what 41 or something, and it ends in 45.
Right, and we're taught 39, and I'm sure in China they learned 36, right, or whenever it was that Japan invaded. Okay, so if
Getting the bug that the handlers empty the shelves out, reassign them and fix it. Eating them up fixes it. Try it. fuck that buggy shit. Alright, good night, everybody.